of your goodness. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send forth, we beseech thee, upon thy servants who bear office in this country, the spirit of charity and justice, that they may in all things walk before you with steadfast purpose and a single heart, and faithfully serve in their several offices, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all good things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldest be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of our people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen. And together we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
Senate is in session. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have been away from this chamber on break for a short time, but I think that all of us are aware that during that period, His Honor, the President, would have seen and lost a parent. He lost his father, and I would wish to move at this time that the Honorable the Senate stand for a moment of silence in recognition of the passing of our President's father a few weeks ago. Thank you. Colleagues, you may be seated.
Honorable Senators, the family and I thank you for your expressions of sympathy here today, but also for those of you who actually attended the funeral, those who called, sent cards, messages. We thank you for thinking of us at this time. Thank you very much. Honorable Senators, during our period of recess, the had the sad news of the passing of a former senator, Senator John Williams. He passed and was laid to rest whilst we were on our recess. Will you please join me for a moment of silence in honor of his memory? May he rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Messages from Her Excellency the President. Announcements by Your Honor.
By way of announcements, we have indications of absence from Senator Malalu, Senator Roberts Odle, Senator Nurse, and Senator Tate, and indications of lateness from Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers.
Additional petitions. Presentation of papers.
If you could revert to announcements, minutes. You'll have some minutes for confirmation. We have our minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, August 2023 to be confirmed. August 16th, 2023. Obviously not on my game today, to be confirmed. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that we do now confirm the minutes of the meeting of this Honorable Chamber held on Wednesday, August 16, 2023.
Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Those against, the ayes have it. Those minutes are so confirmed.
Presentation of papers.
Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have a number of documents to be laid. They are as follows. Loan agreement number IBRD 9469BB, Green and Resilient Recovery Development Policy Loan between the Government of Barbados and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, otherwise known as the World Bank. The Non-Reimbursement Investment Financing Agreement number GRT/ER 19884BA, Digital Transformation of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Thirdly, a mandatory agreement number 2 of loan contract number 4920/OCBA, Public Sector Modernization Program. The Barbados Economic and Social Reports for the years 2019, 2020, and 2021. The Land Tax Rate Order of 2023. The Land Valuation, Fresh Valuations Order of 2023. The Comprehensive Disaster Management Policy for Barbados of 2022, and finally, the Barbados Medium-Term Fiscal Framework for the periods 2024 to 2025 to 2026 and 2027.
Reports from select committees. Questions to ministers. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries. Personal explanations. Motions relating to this business or sitting of the Senate and moved by the minister.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Orders 45-2 for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that Standing Order 45-2 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators, in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. Standing Order 45-2 is therefore suspended for the remainder of today's sitting.
Introduction of bills.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that first reading speeches be undertaken for the following. I beg to move the first reading of a resolution in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting Act, Cap 225, to the leasing.
Only the bills.
Okay. To move the first reading of the National Payment System Amendment Bill 2023. To move the first reading also of the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill 2023.
The two more. The two more. Four bills. Over page.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also beg to move the first reading speeches of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2023 and the first reading of Road Traffic Registration Fees Order of 2018, a validation bill for 2023.
The question is that those bills be read the first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. Those bills are accordingly read the first time.
Public business, sir.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 4, sir.
Order number 4.
Order number 4, which shall be signed to the Honorable Minister of Culture, Mr. Senator Sancho Moore, to move the second reading of the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill 2023.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me as I stand to lead debate on this very important bill this morning. Mr. President, I don't think that there will be much contention on the notion that water is important for social well-being, for economic development. I think that there's fundamental agreement that water is critical on a number of different levels. In fact, some would suggest that water is part of what we would call the global commons, Mr. President. Essentially, that it forms part of the obligation that a state would have for its citizens in order to ensure that it meets the fundamental needs of those citizens that it has a duty of care towards. This is also as well reiterated in the Sustainable Development Goals. It is part of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 6 speaks to clean water and sanitation. Specifically, it asks that states seek to ensure the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, including the protection and restoration of water-related ecosystems. Mr. President, the importance of this particular SDG, SDG 6, is all the more crucial given the impact of climate change, Mr. President. Given the impact, the urgency, and the ongoing threat of climate change, water, how we protect it, how we use it, how we conserve it, is now part of the mission critical that certainly Barbados and countries like ours have to ensure that we take up and address, Mr. President. But it is climate change and the vagaries of climate change. But there are also as well issues of population growth and what that will mean in terms of consumption patterns. We have a situation, Mr. President, in Barbados, that although we have a characteristic of a declining population, the statistics would suggest that our water consumption is actually increasing. So that population and what happens with the population, how we consume, is also one of the considerations when we look at the issue of water and, again, how we are able to effectively manage it. One of the big impacts, Mr. President, of climate change, and it's particularly in relation to water, is that of drought. And I believe that we would recall just a few months ago, the Barbados Water Authority actually had to issue prohibition measures in order to encourage conservation amongst the population so that we can sustain our water levels properly and make sure that we will have enough to fulfill all of those needs in relation to social well-being and economic development, Mr. President, as I would have alluded to before. Mr. President, the scientists are suggesting that drought, and what they are calling, Mr. President, I was not even aware of it, mega drought, drought and mega drought, are estimated to get more intensive. And as well, that from 2030, we can see the incidence of mega drought moving from 12% to 60%. And for those of us who would think that 2030 is, it's only 7 years, Mr. President. And if we look at how fast time is going, that's just around the corner for us and for the globe, Mr. President. And again, there are some of us who would suggest that these things, and when we talk about them, seems like, so far, and things that could not happen in Barbados. And again, in particular for water, we have a particular culture about water. We have become accustomed to, for the most part, being able to turn on our taps and get our water flowing through. Mr. President, if the water doesn't come on when we turn on that tap, schools close, businesses close, and it becomes a major disruption. But scientists are saying we could face mega drought, periods of as much as 10 years where we can experience that straight periods of droughts, Mr. President, are now going to be part of our reality. And I would hope that what this period has taught us in terms of our experiences with climate change, the adverse weather patterns, is that things that we thought couldn't happen, we're actually seeing them come to fruition. So all I'm saying, Mr. President, is that again, the urgency about how we treat to water, manage, conserve, becomes critical in our present context. And importantly as well, Mr. President, if we look at the profile of our country, Barbados, when it comes to water resources, we would note too as well that unlike other Caribbean territories that have streams and rivers, Barbados doesn't have any of those. You look around, no, that's not our profile. So that, again, the estimates suggest that 90%, Mr. President, 90% of our water resources comes from underground extraction. We have to extract it and pump it in order to then to be able to have access to our water. And that is extremely important as well. So that we have climate change, we have population, but then we have our own natural context here in Barbados in relation to our water profile. A 2014 study that was done by Adrian Cashman at CERMES, looking at the issue of water security in the region, and CERMES is the Center for Resource Management and Environmental Studies, suggests that Barbados, so this study was published in 2014, Mr. President, in 2014, and he suggested at the time that Barbados was already using near 100% of its available supply, of its available water supply in 2014. And that's a sobering statistic, that in 2014, we were already at the point of using almost 100% of our available supply, Mr. President. So we have a challenge. We have a challenge before us. It's a global challenge, but it is an acute national challenge as well. And so that we have to look at this issue, Mr. President, very seriously. I called it a mission-critical issue that requires what I will suggest is a multi-pillar approach. We have to do a number of things. There will never be just one single piece of legislation or policy or program, but it requires layers of actions that need to be undertaken for us to be able to address the effective management, the conservation, address infrastructure challenges, Mr. President, requiring, again, like I said, that multi-pillar approach. And the government has been attempting to do that significantly through various policies and programs. You would note that in 2000, we would have had our first desalination plant, Mr. President. We would have passed here in this chamber as well the Water Reuse Act. In 2022, there was a water and land use zoning policy as well. Mr. President, we looked at developing stormwater management and flood alleviation policies, ecosystem and nearshore water management as well. We are currently also undertaking a strategic mains replacement program. So a number of different programs, policies, and legislation that the government has been putting in place in order to address this critical mission challenge that we have before us. And so that the amendment before us, Mr. President, is also part of that multi-pillar approach in order to be able to make sure that we can secure that critical commons that as a state we are obliged to provide for our citizens. Safe and clean drinking water, an adequate supply, Mr. President. So that this amendment, the amendment bill before us, including the order, Mr. President, is intended to address some of these critical aspects that we need to make sure, like I said before, that we can continue to have a sufficient supply of water. The amendments attempt to do three things. One, to ensure that we can increase the efficiency and the management and control systems within the Barbados Water Authority. Two, to ensure the continued viability and safety of our groundwater systems. And thirdly, as well, to ensure that we have an up-to-date, modern legislative framework that allows us to respond not only to today's challenges as well, but also as well to coming and future challenges that respond, Mr. President, as I said, to all of the intertwined and interconnected circumstances that we would have to face. Again, population changes as well, climate change, and our own specific circumstance. So when we look at this amendment bill, you would see that it intends to build on what we would have had in place before, modernize some of the legislation that has informed how we are treating to water. Mr. President, unbelievably, dates back to 1953. As much as 1953. Yeah? And that says something in terms of how we are seeking to make sure that we again bring up to date this legislation. Our water zoning policy that we all grew up in knowing about Zone 1 was influenced by a 1963 study. This amendment bill amends legislation that was enacted in 1980. So again, the attempt is to ensure that we, as much as possible, have a comprehensive piece of legislation. Now, Mr. President, the whole of government has embarked on what we call, and if you talk to any senior public officer, they would tell you, as soon as they ask you, what are we doing in terms of public sector transformation, deconstruction, and reconstruction. And what that simply means, Mr. President, is that we're seeking to unpack within government all of the processes that inform the way that we do our work, to make sure that we look and see what is it that we need to improve on, ensure that we imbue greater efficiency within the process. What is not working? And sometimes we think that something might be working, in working as well as it should. So that notion of deconstruction and reconstruction throughout the entire public service will allow us to transform and to modernize. And part of that notion of deconstruction and reconstruction is very much also looking at the institutions, looking at the institutional framework of how our agencies and ministries are also led. And when we look at the Barbados Water Authority, it means taking a look at the leadership structure, the management structure of the Barbados Water Authority, and asking quite critically, is it right-sized? Is it fit for purpose? So all of the things, Mr. President, I would have said before, with an act that established in 1980 for the Barbados Water Authority to be managed by a general manager, we then have to ask ourselves, is that, again, still relevant in the context of what we are asking the Barbados Water Authority to be able to manage and undertake now? The board of the Barbados Water Authority has made a recommendation that is reflected here in this amendment for us to move to a CEO, a Chief Executive Officer, to manage the operations of the Barbados Water Authority. And that recommendation is made, Mr. President, with the understanding that we now have a Barbados Water Authority that is called upon to deal, as I said, with the issues of climate change. But there are new technologies as well, Mr. President, didn't exist before. We're now looking at robotics. I remember, and I think the leader of government business, Senator Cummings, was there as well when we had a presentation by a firm that was telling us that they could send these little robot things down through the mains that then could, provide information on the leaks and all of these things, technology that didn't exist before. So that we have an expanded scope of work for a Barbados Water Authority, again, that has to address, one, long-standing problems, because we're still, at 2023, dealing with long-standing issues of oil mains dating back, I believe, to the 1860s, but as well, having to modernize and having to make sure that we deal with that mission-critical challenge. And therefore, the amendments suggest that we look at further that institutional strengthening by having this post of Chief Executive Officer. I also want to note as well, Mr. President, that the board also agreed to the creation of the post of Chief Operations Officer and the Chief Technical Officer, which have been approved by Cabinet as well. So that in the legislation, we would note, Mr. President, that we have that the former Section 9 of CAP 274, which was the principal legislation, is therefore deleted and substituted with a new section to provide for changes to the management structure. So that new section will provide, again, for the Chief Executive Officer. And like I said, Cabinet has then also approved for further support of the CEO in these two additional posts, the post of the Chief Operations Officer and as well as the Chief Technical Officer, with the intent to make sure that we have now, again, layers of support. Because before, when you looked at the structure, and everything was going to the general manager. Everything going to the general manager with no layer in between at the operational level. So we are now creating a structure that will then provide the support that is needed and then allow the CEO to operate then at the high level under the direction of the board as well. Making sure then that the Barbados Water Authority can be more responsive and flexible and respond as well substantially to stakeholder needs. and also as well manage the heavy need in order to make sure that the Barbados Water Authority is also financially right-sized. Because, Mr. President, it needs to be financially right-sized. And that is something that we have realized. The Barbados Water Authority has been undertaking a number of initiatives right now as we speak in order to be able to right-size the organization and improve its efficiency in the way that it works, including, Mr. President, looking for alternative sources of financing to fund some of the major infrastructure work that needs to be done, as I talked about, in terms of mains repairs and all of those things. We have had, under the Barbados Water Authority, a $40 million grant from the Green Climate Fund for what we commonly call the 3R Cruise program, a program to reduce, reuse, and recycle to ensure water resource management. And a large part of that program includes education and public awareness. But we also have the Water Sector Resilience Nexus for Sustainability for Barbados as well, which is intended to build greater resilience to extreme storm events and drought conditions. The procurement of over 1,500 gallons of, I should put on my glasses, I can read. five water tankers and over 5,000 galleons and tractor units so that we can make sure that we increase the abstraction of water as well. We have a personal tank program, installation of 200 rainwater harvesting systems, and a whole slew of things in order, again, to be able to meet the demand. But if we are going after resources, then those projects then need to be managed effectively. Somebody has to be there in order to ensure implementation and to monitor. And before, all of that, again, landed with one person. And so some of us would ask, but is that so fundamental in terms of all of the challenges that we are facing with water? Why would we then have an amendment at this level that speaks, just to the leadership? But if we understand that in order to ensure effective delivery, that we then have to make sure that we have effective management. That same 2014 study, Mr. President, that I alluded to by Cashman, he also looked at the effective management, the institutional management systems that existed in terms of looking at how countries that were part of the study were being able to manage their water resources. And basically that study said that those management systems were suboptimal, subpar, right? And that effectively they were therefore imperiling the effective delivery of the supply. So a clear nexus between making sure that we have effective management and therefore effective delivery. And that is why, Mr. President, we have taken the time to have this particular amendment that deals with leadership of the institution and making sure then that it is effective so that we deal with that pillar at the institutional level of making it fit for purpose and right-sized, Mr. President, as we attempt to address this mission-critical issue. So that this is one aspect of the amendment that we will have, that we will see, as I said before, that former Section 9 now being deleted and substituted with this new section to give effect to that CEO there. Mr. President, one of the other amendments that is also very important has to do with the management of abstraction wells. And again, multi-pillar approach. So we've looked at structure, institutional framework, right-sizing it, but then now at the very practical level, the amendment also speaks to how we treat two abstraction wells. And again, why is that important? If you remember, I started out by talking about the fact that we have to abstract our water from underground. Yeah? Because again, we do not have access to the springs and the other freshwater elements like other countries. So being able to make sure that we are able to monitor what is abstracted from wells, private abstraction wells, is extremely important. Because we then have to be able to make sure that we juxtapose that abstraction against other things that we have to be able to do to support, whether that is in the construction sector, the agricultural sector, citizens' demand and consumption. And the only way to do that again is by ensuring that we have an effective management of the system. Mr. President, the management, or like I said, the frame that gave oversight to this, actually, as I said before, came from a 1953 Underground Water Control Act. That is what was governing our system of management from 1953. And under that previous act, it gave power to a water board. And again, if we are looking at integrated water management, if we are looking to improve efficiency, if we are looking to make sure that we're able to monitor, given the challenge, that also as well then has to be improved institutionally as well. And I hope, Mr. President, I've made the case earlier in the conversation of the importance of conserving our water resources and making sure that we have a good process in place for monitoring. So that we need to improve the regime that we have. And from a national perspective as well, ensure that we are not over-pumping. Because, Mr. President, I understand that there are about 78 private abstraction wells. And of those 78, Mr. President, 56 are private, 58, sorry, are private. And the others are divided among various government agencies, but also 81% of the abstraction currently happens for irrigation. And again, that need to balance what is happening within that regime against other national needs. So what the amendment, Mr. President, sorry to say 78 abstraction and 56 of those are privately owned, with the remainder allocated to the Barbados Agricultural Development and Marketing Corporation, the Barbados Agricultural Management Company, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, the National Conservation Commission, and the allowance for the average water usage range from 9,000 to 2 million gallons per day. And like I said, with 81% of those wells being used for irrigation purposes. So this amendment introduces a new section, Part 4A. So rather now than have that 1953 Act, what we are doing within this amendment is bringing within the bill the control and management of the wells. So again, that we have a comprehensive piece of legislation that addresses that management as well. And previously, as I said, that 1953 legislation would have given control to what was called a water board at that particular time. This amendment suggests the establishment not of a board, Mr. President, but of a committee that will, I would say, make sure that we have that integrated approach that is necessary to bring to bear all of the ministries and skills that are needed in terms of how we manage our wells, our abstraction wells. And that is, Mr. President, a Water and Wells Management Committee is what we will have. And that section comprises the sections 18A to 18G, and therefore then proposes that the committee then be comprised, Mr. President, of the following: the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Transport, Water and Water Resources or his nominee, the Chief Executive Officer, as we are suggesting, again because of the amendment, of the Barbados Water Authority, the Director of the Environmental Department or his nominee, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture or his nominee, the Chief Medical Officer or his nominee, the Permanent Secretary Minister of Environment and National Beautification or his nominee, and the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Agricultural Development Marketing Corporation or his nominee. So, Mr. President, what we are seeing, if you look at the membership now of this committee, we have agriculture, we have environment, we have water there as well, and representation then, as health as well, Mr. President, health as well is in there. And not only at the level of the permanent secretaries, but the level of directors, heads of agencies as well, people who do the day-to-day work of this now being included in this committee, making sure that, again, that we fundamentally address the interlinkages in terms of water resource management, Mr. President. Section B of the amendment therefore provides for the roles, responsibilities of the Barbados Water Authority in relation to these abstraction wells, and gives the Barbados Water Authority and its employees the ability to manage and perform a number of acts in relation to wells. They can go in, they can investigate, be able to alter, to look and see what is happening with abstraction. They can issue an order, Mr. President, in the context of the issuing of licenses. If we go and we see somebody is over pumping, it can issue an order for them to stop. Fines as well can be applied. I also want to note, Mr. President, that before, under the Water Board, it was the board that managed the licenses and the applications. This amendment now, the applications will go to the minister, and I know that we are always very sensitive in terms of applications going to the minister. But if you look, Mr. President, at the amendment specifically says when the application goes to the minister then sends it to the committee for their recommendation. And she acts under the recommendation of the committee in respect of that application for a license, and in respect for actions to be able to be undertaken as well. But, Mr. President, the Barbados Water Authority, even though it's not in this amendment, I do want to say as well, is going further, because I know that some people would say that is fine that we have a regime for those abstraction wells, but there's also further concern in terms of what it is that we are doing with our wells. We have a number of abandoned wells, Mr. President, unused wells. And the other place I noted as well, it was reported that we've had even some deaths where people have fallen into wells. Mr. President, we know that as an occurrence that can happen. And so the Barbados Water Authority is putting plans in place in order then to be able to identify where all of the wells are on the island. And it is asking citizens to be able to report where those wells are to help the Barbados Water Authority to have a clear plan of identifying where those wells are, and then how we can then ensure better management of the wells throughout the island, Mr. President. So again, I go back to that multi-pillar approach that we are having, looking at a framework that addresses the institutional deficits within the institutions that are tasked to manage it, modernizing the legislation as well, and then creating a framework by which we can bring together, as I said before, all of the agencies that are necessary in order for us to be able to better manage our water resources, Mr. President. And I think that this regime will allow us as well to better able to monitor again by having clear fines imposed for misuse of wells, Mr. President, which is extremely important, so that again, under this amendment, the minister, on the recommendation of the committee, can give notice to an owner or occupier, again, that well must be plugged or filled. And again, that expense then will be at the owner of the particular well, which is again very important in terms of us being able to manage our wells and what it is that we are doing as well. Mr. President, well, the first two amendments dealt specifically with improvements to the management and again the licensing regime for wells, making sure that we have an integrated process. The final and perhaps major amendment to this bill has to do with water zoning. And, I was recalling, Mr. President, as a young girl growing up, not understanding much, but I think we all grew up with this notion of Zone 1 in our heads. It got more than Zone 1, but for some reason, Zone 1 was always the one that stuck out, yeah? And again, because we've had a number of instances where there have been some tensions between citizens who would seek, Mr. President, to set up residences, dwellings within those areas, and how the state then has to be able to mediate that need from citizens as well, with being able to protect and adhere to that policy in relation to Zone 1 and protect our groundwater systems as well. So we have a knowledge of that water zoning policy and its need to have that water zoning policy in order then to be able to protect the system. But Mr. President, again, that water zoning policy arose from a 1963 study. 1963. 1963. A 1963 study, Mr. President, governs our current land zoning policy. It's called the National Groundwater Protection and Zoning Policy, and came from a 1963 study. It's called a Tallstrom study, which was commissioned by the government to look at what was happening with our water systems, to be able to look at where the water was going, what was happening to it. But Mr. President, if we take a step back and we look at what was happening within the country, and then why we would need to make sure that we have that water zoning policy, we would know, Mr. President, that in the immediate post-emancipation period and pre-independence period, disenfranchised people moved where they could in order then to be able to establish themselves, have houses, Mr. President, and be able to alleviate their conditions. We have the Moyne Commission report of 1945 as well, who speaks to the dire conditions that people face. At that time, there was no thought to rules and the regulations of where you should have a house and how it should be put up, and even what would be the impact, Mr. President, on that scarce, on that critical groundwater, those critical groundwater resources. So that study in 1963 sought then to be able to bring some regulation to that, and sought then to ensure that we would have a protective framework for the provision of clean water to citizens. And based on that study in 1963, then we had the establishment, like I said, of our current water zoning policy, which was never legislated. So again, this amendment today is critical because it seeks now to legislate the water zoning policy that had previously then been implemented under the town and country planning. And it then gives the purview for water zoning now to the Barbados Water Authority. So critical, Mr. President, again, in terms of the amendment and what it is that we are doing today, modernizing legislation and creating the appropriate framework for it. Mr. President, the water zoning policy, I think that we all agree, was a far-reaching policy. It's not supported by legislation, and it has served us well. It has served us well. I think Barbados' water quality, Mr. President, meets international standard. I don't recall that we've had in any recent times, Mr. President, concerns in relation to threats to water and the quality of the water that citizens take. And that again, is in large measure to part of this 1963 policy that was established. But 1963, the far cry from where we are now. The only amendment to that policy happened in 1972. The only amendment to that 1963 frame, Mr. President, happened in 1972. And that was essentially to grandfather, or we would say protect those that had had structures before 1963 when that policy came into being, so that we could not disenfranchise those persons that would have established. So 1963, one amendment in 1972. But our context has changed significantly. Again, in 1963, we would not have been thinking about desalination, about the threat of climate change, about technology. We now have far more advanced technology, Mr. President, that will allow for us to be able to do greater detection, Mr. President. We now have land use policies as well, Mr. President, that has allowed us then to be able to move the process forward. And therefore, there was a need to relook that initial frame that was established in 1963. And in 2006, I think the first study rather was in 2002, we had a study again that was conducted to look at what was happening again in terms of our water zone and our policies. And it determined that while the 1963 policy was a good frame, it was, however, outdated. It was outdated and did not take into consideration new concerns that would need to be brought to bear in terms of how we treated to our zoning policy, Mr. President, and we are here today. And Mr. President, to be very honest, all the evidence would suggest that this is now not a new revelation, that there have been prior recommendations in relation to this, but they have not been taken up, and we are here today, Mr. President, within this amendment, in order then to be to ensure that we, again, have a legislative framework that certainly modernizes the process, Mr. President. And those recommendations from that study and the changes that you would see now that are specified within this amendment, there's a number of different things. One, it moves the zones from moving from a numerical delineation of the zones from zones 1 to 5 now to a alphabetical delineation. So we have zones A to F. Secondly, it introduces a new zone, which is a desalination zone. Again, like I said, at that time, we would not have been thinking about desalination. But now, because we have desalination, we are now introducing a desalination zone. And thirdly, and more fundamentally, it limits the zone 1 area as well, makes it smaller, Mr. President. Again, because of new information and data in relation to that management, Mr. President. So that we have, Mr. President, and I'll go through again, I'll go through the zones. We have a zone A, which is an exclusion zone area, which restricts controls where strict controls are necessary to protect the quality of the groundwater supply due to the rapid 90-day travel time for microorganisms, pollutants, and other contaminants to seep through the area. Now, and this is also significant because that 1963 study had done the zone 1 area based on a notion that not 90 days, but rather it would take, I believe, some 300 days. So the previous zone 1 catered for most bacteria and viruses today within 300 days. But now we know that they will die within 90 days as well. So new information, new evidence, new science then creating a better and improved regime. Zone B is a pathogen management zone area, where strict controls are necessary to enhance the protection of areas due to the 91 to 300 day travel time. We have Zone C, which is a chemical management zone area where strict controls are necessary due to the 301 to 730 day travel time. Zone D is an aquifer recharge contributing area where the replenishment of aquifers occurs. And we have the use of suck wells as a primary means of treatment of sewage and wastewater will be prohibited in Zone D from January 1st, 2029. January 1st, 2029. And this is important again. Brent Hallstrom had done that study in 1963. One of the findings one of the major concerns that arose from that study was that there was a potential danger in bacteria seeping through because of the prevalent use of soakaways and suck wells, Mr. President. And what we are doing in this amendment is to be able to recognize and to be fair that there will be a need for a transition as we ask people to move away from those use of soakaways to septic tanks. So we're given a transition period, Mr. President, from January 1st, 2029. And the government is looking to put in place some mechanisms to assist householders as they make that transition. But it is an important transition, Mr. President, again, to ensure the protection of our water resources. And like I said, the government will be putting in place mechanisms, one, for education, and also as well to assist householders as they try to, as they make that transition as well. Zone E is a non-recharge contributing area which does not recharge or replenish the aquifer, and where such a zone exists, there shall be no specific restrictions unless such restrictions are imposed under the Scotland District Authority Act. And Zone F, as I said, new zone, is a desalination zone which covers the area surrounding a well field used to produce brackish or seawater feedwater for the process of desalination, where strict controls are necessary within a 90-day travel time, Mr. President. So the introduction of a new regime. Mr. President, mission critical. Mission critical. We are now, Mr. President, as I understand it, with our current population, I believe we have a consumption of over 33 million imperial gallons, they tell me, a day of water. In a country where in 2014, it was estimated that we were already using 100% of our available resources. The mission critical challenge before us, again, is to make sure that we can have the necessary legislative framework, policies, and programs in place. But Mr. President, we can't do it in one shot. I've spoken, Mr. President, to the number of programs and other legislation that the government has implemented prior, and that these amendments today are also part of that critical pillar that is necessary for us to be able to address these concerns. One, at the institutional level, in terms of the leadership and management of the Barbados Water Authority. Two, in terms of how we manage our abstraction wells, which is critical to delivery of water. And then thirdly, a new regime for zoning, which moves the country forward in recognition of where we are and where we will be going. With these few words, Mr. President, I commend this bill. With these few words, Mr. President, I commend this bill. I am obliged, Mr. President, and I do beg that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I wish to preface my remarks by expressing my sympathy and condolences for your recent personal loss.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the efforts that are being made to ensure the availability of water for industrial, domestic, agricultural, and other uses in our country. I believe that the steps that are being taken are steps in the right direction. And I think we're at a stage in our development where, in fact, we need to pursue a more inclusive and strategic approach with respect to the management of water, the critical resource for the 21st century. Some time ago, I raised the issue of Barbados being a water-scarce country. And I felt that we are water scarce according to the United Nations criteria, but that in reality, in a country where you capture only 10% of the water that falls from heaven, you're probably not water scarce, my own opinion. In that context, which has been confirmed by other observers in terms of the amount of water that we capture, not talking about what falls, but what we capture for domestic, industrial, and agricultural uses. If the data suggests that we only capture 10%, then clearly, in my estimation, we're not water scarce. In addition, of course, Mr. President, we are aware that it's not only the capture and distribution of water, but also the amount of leakage that takes place from old pipes that were probably established during the colonial period. Some of them over 100 years old that need to be replaced. And the efforts that government is making to replace these leaking pipes and to update and modernize the infrastructure is commendable. It is important. And I believe, again, that the government is moving in the right direction. Efforts to modernize the Water Authority and to give it priority in terms of financial allocation is also important. But I think, Mr. President, the time has come for greater individual responsibility and citizenship participation in the management of water in our country. Our country, in my opinion, must now make an effort to ensure that our people and that every citizen of this country is sensitized to the importance of careful water management. There should be more individual action. There should be more water harvesting Water should not be taken for granted. We should ensure that water is conserved. The agricultural sector must be given priority in the distribution of water to support food security. No matter what kind of agriculture we engage in our country, water will be necessary. Water is an essential ingredient for agricultural development. I'm of the view that the agricultural sector should be provided with water at subsidized rates, because we're not only attacking the problem of water distribution and water use, we're attacking a fundamental weakness in our country, which is food insecurity. And food insecurity is one of the challenges of our time. In a country in which 1 in every 3 children is overweight, where 80% of deaths are caused by non-communicable diseases, where high incidence of diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and obesity are rampant, and where the evidence suggests that poor nutrition is a contributing factor to these challenges, where the bill for health is exploding, then the agricultural sector has a critical role to play in helping us to deal with the challenges of health. And where health is the concern of every citizen of this country, and where the tsunami of non-communicable diseases must be arrested if we're going to have a productive population going forward, then it is critically important that the agricultural sector is given priority in water distribution and in the allocation of appropriate financial resources. You cannot, Mr. President, have an agricultural sector producing less than 20% of the food needs of your country and believe that you're going to deal with the problems of chronic non-communicable diseases, which clearly, from all the evidence presented, is related to poor food choices, poor consumption of fresh fruits and vegetables, lack of exercise in some cases, but particularly the agricultural sector has a strategic role to play in helping us to deal with the challenges of health. And therefore, in my view, as we talk about water, water for agriculture should be a priority in our country. And so subsidy for water in agriculture, in my view, can help to reduce the healthcare bill. Personal responsibility is crucial. We must take charge of the management of water resources at the individual level. Simple things like turning off the taps when not in use, fixing water leaks, using water-efficient appliances. And, Mr. President, educational programs on the importance of water conservation as it relates to climate change must be an essential part of education. Educating our people on the importance of conserving water now becomes a critical element of our educational endeavors. The restrictions which are normally adopted when we have drought conditions must be looked at critically and determine whether some of these should not be maintained over a longer period of time in order to ensure that the country has a supply of water that can support industrial, agricultural, and domestic use. I believe we cannot afford to waste this vital resource, nor can we afford to waste the moment to emphasize to our population that water is a vital resource that must not be taken for granted, and that each citizen and each individual in this country has a responsibility to ensure that the water resources of our country are managed sustainably. In that regard, I congratulate the government for the initiatives that are being taken to modernize the Water Authority and to provide it with the appropriate resources to ensure that our country can move forward with the appropriate resources for its development. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Bradford. Speakers? Senator Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm not going to button my jacket because I want my pink shirt to be seen. Because in support of all those ladies, sir, who are afflicted by, this is Breast Cancer Month, Senator Cummins. It is pink, it's a light pink, thank you. And I would wish, sir, that it should all be treated with a certain degree of urgency, and that's all I will say. Mr. President, Barbados is listed quite high on the list of water-scarce countries. And our position today has not changed a lot, and it was a predictable outcome because we all knew that with development, there's increased demand and need for water. And on our current expected trajectory, sir, the need will become worse. There was once, sir, and I might have said this in this honorable chamber before, a prominent former permanent secretary was asked by Prime Minister what he thought, at the time, sir, he was the chief town planner, what he thought was the biggest hindrance to development in the country. And the common answer was money. And he respectfully told the Prime Minister, sir, it is water. Without water, we cannot go anywhere. And he was absolutely right. Sir, we have struggled for a long time with this problem. So I congratulate the government on bringing to this chamber a bill which should, sir, help with the problem and clarify some of the issues with water rights in this country. Sir, with my one, I see it largely as a water rights bill. Sir, every member of each chamber should have a vested interest, sir, in this bill. Every citizen should have a vested interest in this bill. Because without water, sir, we will not exist. I'm a little bit surprised by your pleadings for a speaker, sir. I thought everybody would have their hands up. Enough said. Sir, I'm told that we pump 99% of our available water. We are in 2023. There was a study, sir, done in 1946, to which the Honorable Minister referred in the other place. A study by Alfred Sand. Sir, some time ago, I stood in this chamber and I made a document in the House. It's available for everyone to see. And the blind nowadays can read Braille. So all the information that was available then, sir, in the biggest geological survey done on Barbados with regard to water is still available. Some of the questions being posed, sir, are answered within this document, and I will come to some of them. Now, it is recommended, sir, that we should not be pumping more than 92% of available water, but we pump 99%. So it tells us where we are at. We in Senator Monroe, like I said, is mission critical. It's far beyond that. We are on the edge. We we are on the edge, sir. And while desalination, sir, to provide additional water is available, it comes at a great cost. We know that 75% of the cost of our water delivered to our customers, sir, is energy. Sir, Mr. President, when we look at some of the persons who have invested in water, they have clearly worked out how to provide energy in a green environment and how to increase the profit from the operations. I would like to believe, sir, that what government has done at Bowmanston will be seen, sir, in all the areas where we pump water, and that the cost to the consumer, sir, should over time come down. That is probably unlikely. Mr. President, I'm told that 40+% of the water pump is what is called, a colleague of mine who is an economist told me is called non-revenue water. Mr. President, that is not sustainable. If you were baking bread and selling from your shop in a bakery, and 40% of all the bread you bake had to be dumped, you couldn't survive. The business would have to close, you would declare bankruptcy, and you have tremendous debt. But what it fundamentally means is, sir, you're wasting people's money. Because if you produce something and you lose 40% before you deliver it, it means that something is wrong. Imagine if every day a security company collected your money from your business, and when they delivered it to the place where they couldn't account for 40%. You feel something is seriously wrong, and you'll try to fix it. But the fixing can't just be replacing pipes. The fixing has to involve, sir, all the little leaks that run for 40 days. All the things that are called in and nobody responds. Sir, I happened to be fortunate enough to have a hydrant right in front of my house. I hope I never need it. And it leaked for 3 months. And one day I called Freddie. I don't remember how many times. And I was told I would have to come and report it. And the only way I got a response was when they said, the photographer from the Nation is already here. And you just told me your name, so you have an article on Sunday in the paper about this, and it will get fixed. And 10 people turn up on the truck to fix one hydrant. It suddenly became efficient, but they fixed it. So there's lots of water being lost that we could stop from leaking, and then deal with our mains program, however it's done. Now, Mr. President, I want to speak a bit about what is happening, sir, with our population and our plans for population increase and tourism and healthcare. All of these areas, sir, demand tremendous amounts of water. And I believe, and I might be wrong, that in the tourism sector, water use is not the most efficient. I will not comment, sir, on whether the users of the water pay for it or not. But I believe the government needs to connect all its revenue. And if I pay mine, all those who use should pay theirs. Enough said. Sir, the quality of our water, despite the issues we have with volume and supplies, is a good quality, it's tested. And the fact that vessels that come into our ports will take our water on board in huge quantities is probably a testament to the quality of our water. I've often wondered what happens to all the money that is collected for the water sold to these vessels, and this agency receives it. Maybe someone, sir, can clarify that for me. Sir, Senator Brathwaite, I believe it was Senator Brathwaite, who spoke of rainfall. And we normally, I was taught when I was at school, sir, at your time, get about 62 plus inches of rainfall a year. And the current records this year show it down to about 42%. 42 inches per year. It means that we are really in a continuous drought. We're not out of the drought. This document, sir, that I referred to, this wonderful document, I think I can call it a wonderful document, spoke, sir, of our water reserves based on the rainfall at 60 inches and our rainfall at 40 inches. If you've reached 40 inches per year, and we have had far more increases in our demand than in 1946, it tells us that we have a big, big problem, sir. And it means, therefore, that we have to conserve water. And I've heard briefly on the radio bashing of various persons, sir, for the comments. But I believe, sir, the time has come for a serious, and it's probably not too late, public education campaign, not on brass tacks. Not, sir, on brass tacks, but a proper public education campaign, sir, about water conservation, water reuse, and what it really means. I think, sir, that it is not what you say, but how you say it, sir. Mr. President, we accept that even in the time when this document was published in 1946, there was serious concern by the author that suck wells and such like might contaminate the water supply. But he had to admit that he saw no evidence that it was doing it, that the coral rock layer appeared to filter out contaminants. I can't comment on whether it's true or not at present, but the need to change how we deal with our sewage and our houses that's not connected to a sewage system, sir, is an urgent one. And I'm pleased that the government has given notice. It has given notice that septic tanks that have been enforced for a long time on houses of a certain style and size will now, in the future, become mandatory. And hopefully be retrofitted also, sir. Going forward, it should mean, sir, that what we put into the ground should be as good as what the water reuse program will be putting back in. Because currently what we put into the ground directly from our homes is pure, unadulterated sewage. And what the water reuse program suggests is that you will have treatment to, I think it's level 3, tertiary treatment, which is as good as you want to use for agriculture and for recharging the aquifer. I hope that no one will misquote me. Now, Mr. President, on a matter of water rights, I was told by someone that there's something called an undeclared subsidy. That you can have a subsidy that nobody has written down as a subsidy. But if two persons are competing in the same marketplace and one gets an input for free and one gets it and have to pay for it, then one is getting an undeclared subsidy. I don't know how to reflect that on in accounting terms, sir, but it's an undeclared subsidy. I'm pleased that the government, with the new Water and Well Management Committee will be regulating water wells and will be doing many things that needed to be done for a long time with regard to abstraction. And I have read 2 local opinions on water rights. I don't know if other people have read them. I suppose they might have. And if the government in a drought cannot regulate the amount of water that is being abstracted from private wells, then it means we don't have control of what we give to our people. So I think this legislation, sir, has been long in coming and it's necessary, and I'm pleased to say that it's about to happen. Now, there was a number mentioned by Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight about the number of active water wells in Barbados. And I do not know how accurate those figures are. But what is frightening, sir, and shocking, is that in this 1946 document, the author recorded 785 wells. 785 wells. And he declared that 583 were active. If we now only have a list that contains less than 100, we have to ask what has happened to the other wells, because you can't move wells. You can't take one to St. Lucia or someplace else. So the well, once you take a well, it's a well. Unless you can plug it or somehow cap it and stop people from getting access to it, it is there. Sir, as a boy, I grew up in Christchurch, and there were lots of windmills. I've not seen one in Christchurch in a long time. Those areas have been replaced by developments. So I've asked, why would someone buy a lot of land, have a well already there, and dig a new one? I could only imagine what is going into those wells. This document, sir, which I understand in some places is called a secret document, but I've made it public, so it's not secret anymore. This document, sir, lists every well that existed in 1946 in Barbados. It lists them by parish, by location, by plantation name. It lists, sir, the height above sea level, the depth of the well, the number of feet of water in the well, and whether the well was being pumped by a mechanical device or not. There is a map, sir, as an appendix that shows where all of the wells are. What we need to do, sir, is use a document to find the wells. If we have development, sir, going on, and people are still putting sewage directly into the wells, we are fighting a lost cause. You are contaminating it, and then you have to pay to clean it. Makes no sense. Now, Mr. President, I suspect I'm coming close to the end of my allowed time. There's an important link, Mr. President, in our situation between water and energy. We happen to have, sir, the Minister of Energy as leader of government business. If 75% of the cost of water production is really the cost of the energy input, It means we have to find ways, sir, of lowering the cost of the energy input. It means, sir, that when we enter for the BWA's own production, it should probably look to green energy, where the sunlight is free. But yes, investment is required. But, sir, it also means that when governments, and I'm not speaking, sir, about this administration in particular, when governments enter agreements with private entities to supply water, the energy consideration and the cost of it, which you said, has to be at the top of the table, sir. Otherwise, sir, water will become unaffordable. And everyone in this country, from the richest persons to the persons who have the least, sir, it's important, and they have to have it. I'm told that in this country, there's approximately $9 billion sitting in the banks. I'm a doctor, sir, I'm not an economist. The people of this country will not abandon it. They don't plan to leave. I certainly don't plan to leave. And if there's an opportunity, sir, to invest in water, and I had available funds, sir, I would invest in it. So was Senator Thompson, I'm sure.
I don't have available funds, but I'm looking for some place to put
Yes.
yours.
Sir, it is the best plan for the future. Your great-grandchildren, sir, will benefit from what is called intergenerational wealth. We all need water. Maybe some brilliant person will come with a plan where we can have whatever you call it, the necessary funding done so that the public can invest in water. The public who use it every week, every day, every month, when you get your bill, you will also be saying, cha-ching, I've made some money. It is not a brilliant idea. It is quite simple. We, Mr. President, need to own the water in this country. We collectively, the people. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Liston Aaron. Senator Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to speak for a few minutes on this amendment. Conscious of the fifth mark of mission of my church, to safeguard the integrity of creation and to renew life on earth. It is one of the things about which we're passionate in our care for the environment, our care for creation. And I dare say that this particular amendment before us is of extreme importance at this time. It's extreme importance, not simply because I'm saying that, but just look at what has been reflected on within this year. The world is recognizing how critical the availability of water is to human existence. On March 22nd, we observed World Water Day under the theme, Accelerate Change. And what they're talking about at that point in time is focusing on the Sustainable Development Goal 6, in which we are hoping that by 2030, we can have clean water and good sanitation available to people in this world. But we did not stop there. On October 16th, we observed World Food Day. You know what the theme for World Food Day was, sir? Water is life. Water is food. Leave no one behind. And why are we reflecting upon this? In the wilderness guides, when people are going out hiking and so on, they're given a particular guide. And in that guide, there's something called the rule of 3. You can last 3 weeks without food. Well, you need oxygen. You'll only last 3 minutes. But without water, 3 days. It is that critical. As human beings, for males, 60% of our body is water. 55% of females, sorry. It is said that females have a little more fatty tissue, and therefore fat does not absorb water as readily. No, this is science. We are 60% water, sir, as males, 55 as females. And that tells us how critical this commodity is to us. As I speak to you, sir, 1.4 billion people will die this year. Million people will die this year. And 74 million will have their lives shortened from diseases relating to poor water. It's just this year. That's according to the World Health Organization in 2022. 1 in 4 people in our world, 2 billion people, lack safe drinking water. It's according to the World Health Organization and UNICEF in 2021. Almost half the population of the world, 3.6 billion people, lack safe sanitation. Mr. President, to that end, I wish to commend us for at least bringing these amendments here. But in doing that, I wish to go back to 1963, as Senator Dr. Monroe Knight would have mentioned, and thank the pioneers then. Because if we have been operating on studies that were done in 1963, those people were at the top of their game. And I want to thank them for what they've done. I want to commend the Barbados Water Authority, all who have worked there throughout the years, for keeping us safe. Barbados still has one of the best, I believe, water supplies in the world in terms of its quality. As Dr. Maynard would have pointed out just now, the cruise ships still take our water. And so as we reflect upon this, I want us to really put our hearts and minds into what is taking place here and recognize that this legislative change is not all that is necessary to bring about the transformation that we need to see. The institutional strengthening is important, and I welcome that. But there's something we must also recognize as a public. The delivery of water in this country must be heavily subsidized. We are not really paying what we ought to for the water that we receive. I just want us to be aware of that. When we complain and all the other things, just remember that this is heavily subsidized. But I'll also hope that the institutional strengthening will deal with some of the issues that Dr. Maynard spoke to. It's painful to see water just running on the road. Burst means sometimes it's visible that there's a burst there. Sometimes you call and no one comes. Some will say perhaps only on the weekend. I don't know why. I didn't say that, sir. But there needs to be a speedier response to breaches in the system so that we can preserve this precious commodity in what has already been described as a water-scarce country. I am happy to hear of the establishment of the water protection zones and bringing them into legislation. I just hope that that also means that political expediency will go through the window when persons are squatting in places that are designated water zones. particularly the zone A areas where we're told that it just takes 90 days for the water to get through the system. I think we have to be serious as a country. Yes, we want to make sure that everyone can have an adequate space and adequate housing, but we also have to protect each other. And such things cannot be laid on the altar of political expediency just to secure another 5 years, which I've already spoken to in other places. I'm also happy to hear of these water protection zones that will be properly designated as well, because we want to make sure that land use does not change based on who is making the application. I've just heard these things happen at Mother. If this is something that we recognize, as I've pointed out all the statistics, is important for the survival of our people, we must put everything in place to ensure that our groundwater system is protected and preserved. And so I wish to commend the government for bringing these amendments, but I want to implore us as Barbadians to recognize that this is just legislation. We all have to look after the precious resource that we have. We have to conserve, we have to store, we have to harvest. You know, I was born in a country, sir, where in order to build a house, you have to build a cistern. In St. Martin, you do not get water that readily. And so you have to go and dip your water out of the cistern with your bucket if you didn't have a pump, and all those things. We're not there. But I believe that we can, all of us, can seek to harvest water and use it for some of the things we have to do around the yard. We already know that we've been told, wash your cars, do all those things, collect rainwater, do things. So that the 10% that we currently harvest, as Senator Dr. Brathwaite spoke to, can become a larger percentage, but it'll be used within our domestic sphere and ease the burden on the system. And with those few words, sir, I wish to once again pledge my full support for this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Cameron, Dr. Rogers. Senator Dr. Hines.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you for acknowledging me. So we're talking about water today. And it is important for us to note, and I think this has been indicated in here already, that access to safe water, to sanitation, these are very important things. Indeed, these have been noted as human rights. So things to which we are all entitled by the very nature of our humanity. And it is really unfortunate at this time that we see people who are being denied water access to for political reasons, in particular with the turmoil that we are seeing in the Middle East. And you know, this is an issue around the world with access to water. So in Barbados, we are very fortunate that we do indeed have access to safe water, and that we do have the requisite facilities that allow us to have the level of sanitation required in this country. I would like to refer specifically to some words offered by the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister Bradshaw, on the 22nd of March 2023, in which she indicated some of the things we've been discussing here already. And this is in her statement to the United Nations Midterm Comprehensive Review on the Implementation of the Objectives of the International Decade for Action, Water for Sustainable Development, which is 2018 to 2023, that's a decade. 2028, sorry, that's a decade. This is on March 22nd, 2023, World Water Day. And in what I saw from the statement, the Deputy Prime Minister indicated, as we have mentioned in here already, that Barbados is a water-scarce country, that per capita water availability in Barbados is of 306 cubic meters per capita, and that's per year. Approximately 80% of the water supply in Barbados comes from low-lying coastal aquifers, and this has some implications for things such as increasing salinity that can occur with sea level rise, which in itself can be a problem if we are considering longer-term availability of safe water. She went on to note that despite this, we have 99% coverage, and that coverage of access to safe water in Barbados, and that our water supply meets the WHO, World Health Organization's guidelines. So we have safe water, and people can access it despite the issues we face related to climate change, scarcity, and all the rest that we have already heard about today. Barbados has scored over 99% with regards to the Sustainable Development Goal number 6, 6.11, and 6.21, and these refer to access to safe drinking water and access to sanitation and hygiene, and as well as wastewater management. The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister also noted these, and these are things that are commendable for Barbados. Therefore, it is clear that ensuring that we continue to manage our water resources is very important as a human rights issue, a health issue, and a development concern. All of these can be connected. But the Barbados Water Authority, and this legislation actually has the Barbados Water Authority in the title. The Barbados Water Authority certainly has done commendable work for this country, no doubt about it, and this information that I provided already indicates the stellar work of the Barbados Water Authority. But I cannot help but reiterate, or repeat, I should say, some of the concerns that I hear quite often about our water resources and how they are managed, and perhaps sometimes not appropriately managed. So I am able to hear quite a lot of complaints, although not working for an official complaints agency. But I do get via telephone and WhatsApp a number of complaints, even though I would love for people to talk about other things. And these complaints have to do with burst pipes, water running in the street for weeks. Sometimes I hear months, sometimes I hear people talking about moss built up outside of their house. And for a country that is water scarce, this really is a problem, and it's something that needs to be addressed. And I note that Senator Dr. Monroe Knight has indicated that there will be some right sizing of the Barbados Water Authority, and this should provide for greater efficiencies. And one hopes that this includes addressing some of these really important issues that affect people. People are very concerned when they see water wasting, just running in the streets for weeks, sometimes for months, they assert. This is something that needs to be rectified urgently. We continue to hear complaints about people whose water does not look like something they would like to drink unless their pipes are serving Mobby. The water is brown. And we know that these are issues that are being addressed, that there is work being done on mains replacement in Barbados, but these continue to be very important concerns that people have and need to be addressed. I note in listening to the debate in the other place that the Barbados Water Authority received a loan in the amount of $71 million from the Caribbean Development Bank in 2016. And it still requires a further $30 million annually from government in addition. I hope, and this legislation is not telling me how this is going to occur, how the right sizing is going to occur, and how these efficiencies are going to occur. But these things are really critical to address. How is it that the Barbados Water Authority is going to become more efficient in terms of managing this scarce and precious resource? And how is it going to become more efficient through this right sizing, or whatever it is, so that it is on a better financial footing, let's put it that way. This is important. It's important. We know that we probably don't pay the amount that we should pay for access to water. So what is it that we're going to do in order to make sure that the Barbados Water Authority can do all of these really important things that we need it to do for our safety, for development, for human rights of the people of Barbados? I would love to hear more about this. There's something I would like to say, and I will not be very long today because I'm not an expert in this area, and I certainly am not going to try to pretend to be one. I learned a lot, despite Brass Tacks not being an official educational forum, but this Monday I did hear some persons who are experts speaking about this issue, because I've heard a lot of concern. People think that we are drinking toilet water. This is very concerning. This seems to be some kind of view that is running wild in some parts of Barbados based on discussions about having tertiary treatment. People do not understand what this means. Where is this water going? Are we drinking it? Have we been drinking it? People are very concerned about these things, and I was very pleased to hear some of this information being offered to the public. I was also pleased that questions were being answered. I think I can agree with Senator Maynard that much more has to be done because of how important water is to all of us. People want to feel a sense of safety as well. They want to feel that this new zoning, this A to F, is not some kind of ruse. They want to feel that this is not some kind of effort to allow certain types of developments to happen in areas that were previously designated as Zone 1. So they want to not just hear that the old evidence was from 1963 and we have current evidence. I believe people would require and do require more information and more frequent access to this information so that they are not skeptical about the motivations for this rezoning. In particular, these changes to what was, or perhaps still is to this day, Zone 1, what will be Zone A. It's shrinking. People want to understand this and to be assured that it is not going to jeopardize the quality of water. So these kinds of initiatives to inform the public, to allow them to ask questions and have them answered, I would say in particular by experts rather than by political operatives, I think would be welcomed. And I say it by experts because people do not want, we don't want there to be this skepticism that this is the agenda of the government. The government which is populated by a particular political party and may have certain sub-agendas, if you will, attached. So I think this is very important, and Senator Dr. Monroe Knight notes that this zoning will now be supported by legislation, which can potentially be useful. I have to say, though, that in trying to understand, yes, I listened to some things. As I said, I listened to the radio, and that information was very helpful. I also tried to do some research on my own, and of course, because we are amending legislation, I sought to read the legislation. And I say I sought to read the legislation because it was very difficult for me to understand this amendment in context. And I say this because it is hard to find the principal legislation. It is not straightforward to find it. We have access to a database as members of this honorable chamber to legislation. We have access to legislation, but when I look at the legislation that this is amending, it doesn't include all the amendments so that I'm able to understand this in the context of the Principal Act. This is problematic. It's problematic for us in here as legislators because our role is not to object to things, not to be difficult or to be troublemakers, but to understand and, if possible, provide some checks, to provide comment, to provide suggestion. How is it that we are going to do that if we cannot even see the principal legislation? So I was able, thankfully, with assistance, to at least find the different amendments and then work out some kind of collage of my own to see what I believe is in the principal legislation. But this is really problematic for us if we are going to make suggestions and look at this very important legislation. This legislation is important and we should be able to understand it properly. Furthermore, I would suggest that those people who are in the public that want to understand the legislation and want to go beyond what they hear from this honorable chamber and the other place should be able to do so as well. And how can they do that when the legislation is in this state? All right. So I just say that because I think it is important to say, even though it does not necessarily affect the substance of this amendment. The Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill. And just before closing off on this particular matter, it is important because there is also some discussion that I heard about a piece of legislation that we previously debated in here that then, via the radio, social media, and other places, it came to people's attention that there was some kind of error in it, and this was admitted, and there were questions raised about how come the senators, when they looked at this, could not flag this error. And I want to suggest that part of the reason that it may be difficult to highlight errors is because we cannot see the legislation properly. We are looking at pieces of legislation. We may perhaps be looking at an old document and thinking that this is the Principal Act when it is not. So I was looking at what I could find as a Principal Act, and this amendment was telling me that it is amending 5.1, and that one did not have any 5.1, which signaled to me that I was looking at the wrong thing. This should not be some kind of obstacle course in legislation. Anyway, there is one particular thing in here that I would like to raise though, and this pertains to the regulations. And we know that regulations are important. Regulations are where we actually understand better some elements of the legislation, how it is given life in some ways. And one of the amendments here actually removes this. It is 28.5 that says regulations made under this section are subject to negative. What does this mean? If a regulation is subject to negative resolution, that means it has to come back. The regulations have to come in here. We at least have to be notified of changes to the regulations, if my understanding is correct. So removing that really places a bit more power in the hands of the minister to affect changes to regulations, which may not necessarily be a problem for efficiency's sake, because this removes this additional step that you may need to take, which can be a good thing. It can expedite processes. However, it does then omit, it gets rid of our ability to provide some kind of check, some oversight. Thank you for the word, Senator Drake. So, Mr. President, this is basically what I have to say on this amendment. I certainly will, I will be looking forward to more public information on things such as the zoning. I want to repeat that I think this is critical, and also more public information on what things such as secondary treatment and tertiary treatment mean, what they mean for the continued safety of our water supply, as this, as I mentioned before, is a precious resource to which we all have rights. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Hewitt.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for permitting me this morning. Mr. President, I believe the previous contribution, I must do it a service by also making a contribution and quoting from an event, the United Nations Water Conference in New York in March 2023. I believe we had the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Santia Bradshaw, who represented the work program of the government with regards to integrated water resource management. And I quote, sir, that she said, amongst other things, that the government has augmented its water supply through brackish and seawater desalination, implemented a strategic mains replacement program to repair and rehabilitate the aging infrastructure, planned updates of 2 municipal wastewater treatment plants, and rehabilitated water supply reservoirs and pumping station buildings to withstand at least Category 3 hurricanes, sir. And I want to begin, sir, to reflect the fact that these amendments coming before us today are only the substantive aspects of precursor initiatives that this government has taken to ensure the sustainability of our integrated water resource management plan, sir. But, sir, if you permit me to get into the meat of the matter today, which I shall do, I really want to say that the bill is one in a series of important steps that the country has to take in order to fully realize the potential of its water resource management. And the government fully recognizes the dire constraints as has been reflected in the contributions before me, sir. And like none other, we do understand the effects of climate change, which has implications on our water resources. The bill focuses largely on governance enhancements in an institution that we are all familiar with, an institution, Mr. President, that I would say is aptly outfitted with highly skilled technicians who all understand the importance of maintaining the water network across Barbados. I go the extra mile to say it is aptly outfitted, not necessarily in terms of quantities, because you can always deal with more workers, but those that are there, I believe that they're committed to what they're doing on a daily basis. Sir, we have also recognized that the bill focuses on strengthening not only institutional capacity, but operational capacity as far as the water zones are concerned. The one amendment from GM to CEO, I believe that this is a recognition of the fact that the internal and external environment being faced by the Barbados Water Authority demands that the BWA, demands that are being made of the BWA today are not the same that were made 2 decades ago, sir. And these are demands that cannot be solved by the likes of ChatGPT. These are demands that really require, sir, some intricate technical expertise with regards to how we tackle our integrated water resource management system. The institution is now constantly embarking on initiatives at a scale never seen before in our history, and with other organizations who otherwise would not have taken interest in Barbados or the Barbados Water Authority a decade and some ago. As a result, sir, we're able to access tens of millions of dollars, as Senator Monroe Knight mentioned, from the Green Climate Fund in grant funding. And this is intended, sir, to improve the water network and includes components of renewable energy, to which the government has laid, respectfully, a cutout for the Barbados Water Authority in terms of energy generation into the grid as well. More importantly, sir, these changes reflect a need for the policy of the government to be more closely aligned to the operations of the organization. And as has been mentioned as well, the burden that fell on the general manager and that falls on the general manager, and I'm speaking, sir, as a person who has been involved in many aspects of engagement with BWA, the burden is heavy, sir. It is extensive. There's so many projects that are being chased by too few human resources within the BWA. And the buck stops perhaps at the GM, and it is a lot, sir. The fundamental issues of the Barbados Water Authority are the same perhaps from 2 decades ago, but the scale is incomparable to any time period before. And the institution faces a number of conundrums to which solutions can be explored given the institutional arrangements. As we know, sir, in terms of integrated water resource management, there are a number of areas that the BWA will seek to tackle. It will be water scarcity, water conservation, as Senator Bradford has spoken about, water harvesting, and also distribution, and the list goes on and on and on. But sir, over the last few days, we have borne witness to the devastating blessings, if I can call it that, of the excessive water across the country. Almost everyone in every parish has a story to tell about the impact, sir, as they usually do, and as they have a right to do. Closer to home, sir, I want to take us to an area called Goodland Gardens in Christchurch, which has been highlighted not only in 2023, but in 2013 and 1993, and perhaps 1983, before I was born, where multiple entries and multiple spots in that community were flooded. Now, those like myself who have a historical connection to the area can tell you that despite the name being Goodland, potential house owners should exercise their full autonomy in researching the lots on which they build in as much detail as possible, and speaking to some of the neighbors in the area as well, sir. Much of this area used to be a pond, sir, and I used to run around in the pond many times as well. And despite the enjoyable times of stopping and picking dunks on my way down to Miami, which is not necessarily possible today given the level of construction that's taken place, the area really and truthfully requires some intervention. And I saw the Minister of Home Affairs was in the area very early after the flooding, himself and others from his team, so I really want to commend him for that. And sir, this is not a reflection of condemnation whatsoever on homeowners, yeah? Let me put that there. It is a reflection of the times and the reality that we face not only in Goodland Gardens, but across Barbados as well, and further underscores the need to advance the operational and institutional development of this, our prized institution, the Barbados Water Authority. Now, Senator Bradford has often made mention of the need to harvest water, and in denial, quite understandably, that we are a water-scarce country. Now, my concern, sir, really and truthfully, is that we must truly understand what we have in our subterranean spaces in terms of the aquifers. So, whereas, sir, it is a natural inclination for us to capture water and continuously capture water, our subterranean infrastructure in terms of the aquifers acts in a similar way to how a kidney performs in the body, sir, to get rid of a lot of waste. And one of the things that comes to mind is the level of saltwater intrusion. As sea levels continue to rise, you will find that particularly around the shoreline, sir, the saltwater intrusion will become more and more pervasive. And what does that mean, Senator? What does that mean, Mr. President, sir? It means that Senator Bradford might be a bit more annoyed to know that if we capture all of the water, worst case scenario, wholesale harvesting, that you are issuing a death sentence to the agricultural sector because you're not allowing the aquifers to naturally repel the level of salt water coming into the country as well, sir. So whereas we have an interest in harvesting water, the aquifers have a role to play. And they also carry useful bacteria, sir. They also carry useful components that may be consumable to humans as well, sir.
Senator Herod, just on behalf of Senator Bradford, who's chosen not to defend himself, I think the point made by Senator Bradford related to rainfall as opposed to the aquifer. And he was suggesting that we needed to capture as in make use of rainfall rather than runoff.
Correct.
But not in relation to extracting more from the aquifer. Because I know that would not be a point that he would make. So I just wanted to ask you to revise that.
Sir, thank you very much, Mr. President. We're clearly learning because that was actually the next point I was going to make. So I really appreciate the interjection, sir. But let me be clear. Government must, and I know that they will, do something about this long-standing issue of flooding, flood engineering and flood mitigation with both gray and green solutions. Gray solutions meaning physical infrastructure like concrete, holding stations and stuff. Green solutions, more environmentally inclined to ecosystem-based adaptation as well. And sir, I want to also commend again the Minister of Home Affairs for being in the area very rapidly and also highlighting some things that we never really noticed by passing the area. If you had to look into the guttering in Goodland, sir, it was filled with bottles up to the brim. And whereas this may not be the only level of intrusion that causes the flooding, it is a severe contributor as well, sir. But we all know, if we had to look at the elevation maps, like looking to the north in terms of Gibbons, to the east, Sears Court, then you have Carolus Gap to the west as well, sir. If you look at the elevation map, Goodland looks like a pond, basically a place to settle water as well, sir. But the government is not putting its foot down and saying that it will do nothing. In fact, they're looking at doing some serious flood engineering services there as well, sir. So I will not belabor this particular contribution because I believe it has been well represented on both sides. And I also know, sir, that the Honorable Prime Minister has an interest in terms of anything to do with water conservation in BWA. She, better than anyone else, can speak for herself, sir, and articulate the issues I touched on. But I must say that based on our interactions a few weeks ago in Grenada, that she is willing to support any water conservation initiative, in my opinion, so long as it has a component that speaks to addressing the vulnerable, sir. Those who cannot afford to reinforce themselves in terms of capturing water. And that is why the personal tank program at the Barbados Water Authority is so important. I must commend the Barbados Water Authority for all the work that they've done through the GCF, and now they have the vulnerability protocols established to determine who are best fit in terms of accessing the water tanks as well, sir. And I believe in the same light, sir, that we have made the solar panels a right of access across Barbados. I believe that the auxiliary storage for water must be a right across Barbados as well. But with right, sir, comes responsibility. And this is where the conservation of this natural resource really comes into full effect. A few comments were made before, and I suspect, obviously, if you're not necessarily privy to conversation before they come to public through the right channel, sir, you would think that they don't exist. But I can tell you, without fear of any backlash, that up to yesterday, the Barbados Water Authority was in serious programming for a number of hours to identify how best to communicate its conservation program across the country. I can say, sir, that the Barbados Water Authority is giving consideration to going beyond the meter. And traditionally, we know that from the house to the meter, the liability falls at the owner, that's what we say. But the Barbados Water Authority recognizes, based on my observation, they recognize that they can't just stand back and allow persons who cannot provide for themselves to allow leaks to occur at their houses. And so, sir, they may be considering looking at how best to create a framework and an intervention for that. And within that intervention, sir, are also the customer service infrastructure. I heard mention was made of, not replying in time and stuff as well. But I believe, based on what I've seen, and it will be communicated through the correct channels, that these concerns are noted, these concerns will be addressed and will be communicated to the public in short order as well, sir. Sir, I also wanted to clear the air in terms of the subsidies. There was mention made about subsidies and the lack of subsidies for the sector. And I must remind honorable members through you, sir, that even though the water that we get from the taps, based on the cost to produce them, is subsidized, particularly the comment was made against the agricultural sector, where the commercial rates have not changed at the Barbados Water Authority from $4 and some per cubic square meter to $7, up to $7, I believe. That the rates that are given to the agricultural sector and the farmers, sir, the rate is actually $1.80. So I want to say that we do have a subsidization program in place through the Barbados Water Authority, whether it be the BADMC or the Barbados Water Authority that is shouldering the burden of the subsidy. There is a subsidy, sir. I believe that would have been communicated sometime last year in the other place as well, sir. So, sir, with these few words, I would want to once again commend the government for taking these steps. Taking these steps. And usually when you say with these few words, you think that you're wrapping up. I'm wrapping up yet. Sir, I just want to talk on the water zone, and this is my very last point. The water zone allocation that was very well articulated in here. Let me cut a long story short. If these zones are not put in place as they are presented, Barbadians will have to pay more at the pump for water. Because of our process that we currently have in terms of treating water, yes, it may be adequate in terms of the level of contaminants and stuff that are into the system, but if we leave it as Senator Drates would say, ceteris paribus, all things being constant, sir, it means that we will have an increased level of contaminants, and it means that the level of technology, the type of technology that we're using, will not be the normal technology we're using. We may have to go to infrared technology. We may have to add additional filters at the treatment plants as well, and that cost would have to be borne someplace, sir. So I believe that the Barbados Water Authority, through the government, is making the right decision to ensure that we take the bull by the horns, as some persons say, and really deal with the water zone issue to limit the level of contamination, to limit the level of technology uptake, and to limit the burden being carried all across Barbados and Barbadians, sir. So with those few words again, sir, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Hayward. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just really want to pick up on a few of the comments that were made during the course of the morning as the debate covered a number of issues. I think that it is important to note, and I begin on this point, that the changes being made are of three broad types. To use the science available today that was not available in the 1950s and the 1960s when the system of zoning was established, to protect Barbadians, to secure our water resources, and to ensure the continuation of sustainable development on the basis of being able to efficiently and effectively manage our water resources and to protect the wider public. Really, that is the basis of the amendment to the legislation and what we are attempting to do today. And in addition to that, cognizant that significant changes have taken place in the complexity and the management of the water resources and the institution responsible for the administration of the system. The bill also seeks to make some amendments or changes to the way that the BWA is managed, led, and structured. I would have liked to see, just by way of observation, on the Wells Management Committee, a member of the Barbados Association of Engineers. I don't remember what they call themselves, but I think that an external individual, not just made up of civil service and civil service representatives who could have brought some kind of different oversight or different opinion to this internal perspective that you would have seen from the civil service team, would have been an important and desirable addition. In addition to that, my concern about that particular committee is that essentially, whenever there is to be review of development planning, proposals being made by government, etc., you constitute the same, I don't want to say the usual suspects, but you constitute the same technical support people, and very often you don't get the full input because they're not necessarily meeting, they're so busy, etc. So I would have liked to see a different sort of structure or structure that allowed for the transparency of an external individual, professional, trained technically, and the public, in my view, would have had a bit greater confidence when you could say, my ex sits on the board, or the Barbados Association of Engineers is also on that committee. So if we are talking about management structure, I make that by way of observation, and I know that there are people who would have said, so what you didn't say to the BLP before, and it is because very often now, when the parliamentary group meets, I'm in meetings of the Parliamentary Reform Commission, which also meets on Monday evenings, so I don't have the opportunity, and I apologize, and I'm sure it is something that would have been taken on board, but it is not too late to give it consideration. I don't mean today, I mean in the overall structure, and to consider it. Why is it important for us to address these water resources? It is important because we are a tiny, finite landmass, subject now to shrinking water resources, frequent droughts, the impacts of climate change and the worst consequences thereof, and the fact that still as a tourism-driven economy, we are a population of 270,000 people who entertain or host 1 million people per year. In addition, our development profile is showing an increasing number of large commercial developments, growing residential developments, people moving out of home earlier and earlier, and with the policy stimulation being given for young people to get land tax release and have their own properties and so on. Increasing numbers of young people are looking to own their own homes or rent their own homes. We now have multi-residence homes taking place, much more so before than single homes, so that the demand for water, and as the society becomes more sophisticated, the demand for water increases exponentially. And this is why even though our water production or water resources are shrinking, the demand is increasing. So it is important that we strategically get hold of the resources, identify, manage, protect, and secure, not just for now, but for our continuing development aspirations, because a lot of the new hotels, the new developments that we are hearing about are going to be dependent on having access to potable water. And we have to look at the technologies that are available to do so. So the Zone 1 system, or the zoning system, which we had previously, served us well, but we now have science which allows us to trace with a greater degree of certainty the travel time or the life cycle of bacteria in water, so we can protect and ensure that we are using good available current scientific knowledge to address that concern. Equally, I wanted to make the point that we have to consider, and I'm going to get back to that. I want to make the point, though, that if we are talking about wells, one of the things that I believe we have to pay greater attention to, and water resources generally, wells and water resources, is the amount of illegal dumping which takes place all across Barbados. 2 weeks ago, I went out to see Pico Tenerife from the land for the first time and hiked up a hill. There was nothing around except dumped old fridges, dumped galvanized. You even wondered how people got to this site. It took my old knees hell to get up the hills, past the sheep that were on the lower levels, to get close to the viewing point from Pico Tenerife. No, but indeed, I was struggling up the hill, a friend and I, and we were talking about what it's like to get old and having these wonderful adventures in your old age. And when we got up there and felt that we would have the benefit of Pico Tenerife and then looking out, I think it is, to Archer's Bay or something in St. Lucie, there was all of this garbage just dumped. And I don't know how it would have got there, but it was substantial waste. We are at the point where in communities, where in the country, you see a lot of old vehicles leaking oil. People just dump car bodies. They dump all kinds of garbage. And there is no proper collection of it. There is certainly no monitoring of it. I live on the road to the Mangrove landfill. People dump illegally all along that road, even though the landfill is 200 yards on. All along that road. And these are areas which then leach into the groundwater trails, for want of a better word. It's not scientific, but I'm not a scientist. It leaches into whatever is in these containers, or the oils or whatever the garbage is as it breaks down, can contaminate the groundwater. So if we are talking about groundwater protection, we have not only to be conscious of who owns the abstraction wells, where they are, how they are using them, what they may be putting into them, but we have to be equally conscious of the fact that this nasty habit that Barbadians have developed of random illegal dumping from the carcasses of their dead dogs to their old bathtubs and fridges and stoves to their old motor vehicles has to be dealt with as a serious security and health risk for the population of Barbados. So speaking to zonal protection, that is certainly a point that I would want to make. I am pleased to see that there is a phase-in period for the shift to the new system of mandatory septic tanks, or within certain areas. And while it is to protect the water system, we have to allow a period for those who currently live with suck wells to understand the rationale for why government is changing, so they do not see it as punitive or disadvantaging them, so that they cooperate with the new system, and so that we give to them such support as is necessary for them to make the transition. There may have to be the establishment of some kind of fund for persons who do not immediately have the resources to install septic tank systems and so on, for them to address it. But this is another area, and I caution, because it is important to let the public know that this is not something that is going to become an immediate albatross to them next week, because even though the changes in the NIS system do not take place for virtually another decade, those who oppose the government have represented it as an almost immediate change that is going to disadvantage people who are retiring this year and next year. I mean, even yesterday, or we saw this morning, a man in the newspaper complaining that his pension keeps getting shifted, for those who read that very humorous story. It was hilarious for those who read it. For those who haven't read it, you need to go read it. It was really very good. There are a couple other points that I want to make. I want to take this opportunity really also, I think it's important to congratulate the BWA on the work that is being done. A few years ago, certainly in 2018, when we came to office, all across Barbados, St. John, St. Joseph, parts of St. Peter, parts of St. Thomas, the water outages were frequent. People weren't having access to potable water, St. John as well. And those complaints are becoming less and less because of the mains replacement system, because of ensuring that water is carried to the communities, particularly rural communities, so that they do not feel like second-class citizens. New reservoirs are under construction. Reservoirs are being rehabilitated, cleaned, and fixed up and made more efficient and better functioning. This is the kind of maintenance work that redounds to the benefit of the country, and that when BWA performs poorly, we must be critical of them, but when they do their work and do it well, equally we must give them the applause that is due. 30 kilometers, as I understand it, of age main replacements has or is in the process of taking place, and the rehabilitation of reservoirs and tanks so as to build capacity and resilience, which is extremely important. We saw that during, what was the name of the little hurricane we had? Elsa. Yeah, we saw that during Elsa, how we thought, you know, that we were so well protected in some instances, but more and more we are becoming conscious of how vulnerable we are, just like many of our brothers and sisters in the Eastern Caribbean, and the potential risks of that vulnerability. So this is not a static system. The system needs constant management, constant monitoring, and constant improvement to keep up to date with the demands of the the legitimate demands of the population, and our needs as a society that is developing at what is not a slow rate, particularly having regard to the setbacks that we had in the last decade, and the problem of COVID, and the most recent challenges that we have with wars, rumors of wars, and saber rattling that have interrupted supply chains, as well as affected us, driving inflation, negatively driving inflation in a very real way. There is therefore, before I sit, two more points that I would wish to make very briefly. The first is this. I am becoming more and more conscious that we do not take issues of security in Barbados seriously. We have been extremely lucky that we have had no major negative incidents which have caused harm to our population, and to certain sectors of the population. But we ought to be conscious that terrorism is a very real risk the world over, and that the Caribbean could be perceived as a soft target. It is therefore critical, in my view, that we start to protect seriously both our electrical power installations and our water installations. Mr. President, you know I like an anecdote, so I will share one with you. Many years ago, long before I was married, sir, a young man and I went walking on the beach one night. And we were merely walking, sir. It was a nice night. The moon was high, and he was whispering sweet nothings. We came to a point, sir, where it is relevant. You will see the relevance, sir. We came to a point, sir, where there was some construction material located, and a shed which we thought had construction material which should have been protected, perhaps cement bags and so on. So we sat, not close to each other, sir, I'm happy to say. We sat and we were talking and laughing. We sat outside the shed, sir, and we were talking and laughing. I must have laughed out particularly loud at something which clearly tickled my fancy. When the door of the shed was thrown open, sir, and a very tall man, you know I'm a short person, sir, stood up at the shed door in full pajamas and said, "I'm going to make less noise out there, going to stopping me from sleeping." At which point we discovered that that was the security for the government materials, and he was the workman, and that all our laughing and making sport, thank God we hadn't been doing anything else, and that anyway, all our laughing and making sport had disturbed him from his slumber, and out he came to reprimand us. No. And the point of the story is, sir, that we don't take security seriously. And if you go around to various critical installations in Barbados, whether it is water or electricity, there is either a sleeping watchman, a missing watchman, a watchman who should be there but who breaking another job or who really home with his family, or no watchman at all. And in these days, we really have to either have cameras, monitoring, drones, and electronic monitoring at headquarters to protect the safety of our electrical supply and our water supply, because these can and will be targets at some point by nefarious persons. So while I introduced it, sir, with some degree of levity, I really do want to make the serious point that we have to treat, if we are talking now about automating our water system, moving the supply into the future, having these improved management systems and so on, that the issue of the security and the safety of the water supply and the electrical supply must fall within our cognizance and ambit as essential as part of the protective mechanisms that we are putting in place for the public. I close then, sir, on my final point, which is this. There was a point in our development when it was essential to secure our health as a population. That remains so. There was a point in our development when it was critical to secure our, did I say health just or education? Health or education, and that remains so. There was a point in our development when it was imperative to build out our physical infrastructure, telecommunications, bridges and drainage, airports and seaports, road infrastructure, because these were all critical to development. But the sustainable development and protection of the population, the security issues of the present and future are all going to be environmental, climate change, energy, water. And it is essential for us as a population not just to take these measures as we are doing today, but to truly understand the role that these significant environmental issues will have in our national development, in our sustainable development, in our quality of life, and to ensure that we don't join the growing number of environmental refugees that you are now seeing all over the world. Let us not forget that Barbuda, already the whole population had to be relocated as a result of a hurricane. And therefore, we cannot take these issues for granted and say, oh, well, that's just a water tank, pass me another glass there, give me some ice too. We really now have to think of these issues as security, as development, and as critical for the protection of life and our future generations. And with that, sir, I close my comments. Much obliged.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Senator Thompson. Senator Dr. Moroni, please wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to thank all of the honorable senators that would have spoken this morning on this bill. I want to thank all of them that would have recognized as well the good work that is being done by the Barbados Water Authority. The Deputy President would have elaborated on some of those specifics, but I think that the comments this morning would suggest that there is a recognition that much is being done. There is a long road to go, but that work is being done to really address the mission critical challenges that are before us. I also want to thank those senators that would have spoken about the personal responsibility that citizens themselves must bear in this challenge. And that is a message that we must continue to echo to the society, that yes, we will have to make sure, as we're doing in the context of this amendment, to deal with the institutional issues, to make sure that we have the correct structures and processes in place, but that citizens must also take responsibility, somebody said ownership as well, and have a firm stake in making sure that we continue to have access to clean water. This is national, and national does not mean government. National means all of us. But I also take on board those comments as well that would suggest that the Barbados Water Authority and government has to do more in terms of public education and awareness and knowledge sharing so that we can, yes, allay fears and respond to what people see as some of the critical deficiencies. So currently, the Barbados Water Authority has launched an education program within schools. There will be as well, under the Ministry of Environment, a larger public education program, and specifically when it comes to reclaimed water or reused water, there will be a specific education program that will be undertaken again to provide some level of comfort and awareness to the public in respect of what it is we mean when we talk about reclaimed water. Specifically, Mr. President, I want to allay the fears directly and to remind persons, particularly those that call in on the non-educational program, but we heard some of those reflections in the chamber this morning, that when we would have debated the Water Reuse Act, Mr. President, we were very clear to say that that act was not intended to introduce the use of reclaimed water for potable purposes. We were very clear. And perhaps, as was said, we need to further educate the population so they understand, so they're not drinking, as would have been suggested, rather toilet water. Mr. President, we would have indicated that reclaimed water, and I need to be able to say it for those that are listening, to be part of the educational trust. It is not for potable uses, it's not for people to drink, it is not even to be given to animals, Mr. President. It is to be used for flushing toilets, cleaning outdoor surfaces, watering or irrigating household gardens, green spaces, cleaning pans, and those sorts of things, but it is not to be used for human consumption by ourselves or by animals. But again, Mr. President, that is not a point of contention, but just to say that is the fact, but also to recognize and to agree that we need to do more in terms of doing the education and awareness. And the Barbados Water Authority is certainly aware of that, and that there are plans specifically to have a program that would address that. I also want, Mr. President, to speak to the issue that was raised by Senator Christopher Maynard in relation to the wells. Senator Maynard would have quoted from a study, I think it was 1947 study, which would have identified that there were a number of wells, and he would have asked the question in relation to the number that I would have quoted of 78 abstraction wells. Senator Maynard would have indicated that the study that he had in his possession would have noted that there were, at that time, over 580 or so, or about there, wells that were in operation. Therefore, he was asking, how could I be saying that at this point we only had 78 abstraction wells? Mr. President, please note that the 78 abstraction wells would have been in addition to the 580 that would have been quoted in that study. There are a number of different wells for different purposes, as I've been informed. There are suction wells, observation wells, wells that are for drainage as well. Abstraction wells are specifically used for pumping for use. So that is a separate category than the 580 that would have been quoted within that study that were, again, used for those different purposes. And as I would have indicated as well, So yes, we would have had 580, and yes, there would have been a map in there, but development has taken place. Some of those wells could have been carked, built over, etc. And that is why the Barbados Water Authority is once again going through a process of making sure that we can count and identify those other existing wells, Mr. President. So it was not a contradiction, but a recognition, and I would hope that it can be agreed that while that 1947 study is extremely important and set a good framework, that we would need again just to make sure that we can recount those wells, and that is what we are intending to do, and the Barbados Water Authority is doing so. Mr. President, I also want to respond to the question of how is the Barbados Water Authority going to right-size itself financially? So we know the institutional changes that have been identified within the amendment. And again, to also say, Mr. President, that again, this has to be a multifold strategy. So currently, the Barbados Water Authority is in the process of developing their strategic plan. And as part of that strategic plan, they're intending to set targets. And a part of that target has to do with, one, how they will do effective cost reduction internally. How will they look and be able to set a target that says, over the period of that strategic plan, and that process is ongoing, so I can't speak to those targets and numbers. You're currently in consultation with other partners in order now to be able to develop those very, very specific targets. But the intent is to look at different ways in order to do that right sizing, like I said, one of them being cost reduction. One of them as well is by creating efficiencies through some of those measures that we've spoken to, whether that's strategic mains replacement, response times, etc. So we lessen the times that crews have to go, improvement in customer service, and all of those things in order to make sure that, again, that we have those efficiency gains. But it is going to be something that is long-term. I am not, Mr. President, going to say that the BWA will be able to immediately right-size financially. And, we've spoken to the issue of the fact that the water, as was said by Senator Dr. John Rogers, is subsidized. And that is a big part of the challenge that we have. That balance that the government has to have in terms of making sure that citizens have access to water. And again, that challenge in terms of what is the real cost of that provision. And that's a line, Mr. President, that we are going to have to continue to walk and to continue to balance. At the same time, the Barbados Water Authority, as I would have indicated, is going after grant funding, large portions of grant funding in order to be able to address some of those fundamental challenges that we've had. We've identified, Mr. President, that there are concerns. People are seeing water going down drains, rain is falling, we're having problems in terms of non-revenue water. And again, all of these issues are true and they are real, but at the same time, there are issues that the Barbados Water Authority is actively working on. In relation to non-revenue water and how we're going to improve that, the Barbados Water Authority has just received quite recently, I think it's about 114 or so district meters that are going to be installed across various districts. And what this will allow them to do is to be able to have a more accurate measure of where there is water loss, be able to better monitor what is happening within those districts as well. And when you add that to the strategic mains replacement program that is being implemented, that will allow us then to replace those leakages, and also, an enhanced response time to address those leakage as well, Mr. President, in order to deal with the non-revenue water. At the same time, the Barbados Water Authority will be undertaking a number of studies going forward that will allow them to have a more accurate picture of what is happening in relation to our underground water supplies and systems, and as well in terms of what is happening in relation to non-revenue water. Finally, Mr. President, I do want to say that I think, from a layman's perspective, when we see lots of rain falling, we always assume that that immediately means that there is more water, then we don't have a water problem. That is not the case, Mr. President. That is not the case. We lose, I am told, about 60% of the rainfall, again, just mainly due to evaporation. So really and truly, when you look at rain waterfall, you have a very small percentage of that can actually then go down to the aquifers and then be reused. So, and again, I think that is part of the education program that the Barbados Water Authority has to be able to undertake, to be able to educate persons as well in terms of exactly what it is when we're talking about water use, how we can actually store it, and what happens in terms of rainwater fall, and how much actually we can use correctly. But I think, Mr. President, that we've all agreed that the amendments here are a very critical pillar. I think there's been enough said on the floor that we all understand that this will be a long-term process, again, of grappling with that mission-critical issue, that the amendments are about one, in a set of actions that have been ongoing, and also as well future actions that the government will put in place in order to be able to address the issues. With that, Mr. President, I beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable Senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg that Your Honor now leave the chair and the Senate dissolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Honorable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable Senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
The Honorable the Senate is now in committee.
Deputy President, may we take the bills in groups? The clauses, that is.
Yes, of course.
Clauses 1 to 10.
Madam Deputy President, I beg that clauses 1 to 10 stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 through 10 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clauses 11 to 20.
Madam Deputy President, I beg that clauses 11 to 20 do not stand part.
The question is that clauses 11 through 20 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clauses 21 to 23.
Madam Deputy President, I beg that clauses 21 to 23 do not stand part.
The question is that clauses 21 through 23 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The schedule. It is a schedule.
Madam Deputy President, I beg that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be now regarded as a schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? And all honorable senators against please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Deputy President, I beg that you do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the pass of one bill in committee. Senator Dr. Moronic.
Mr. President, I beg that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg that this bill be now passed and be cited as the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Act 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Act 2023. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I suspend the sitting of the House, of the Senate, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of two members of the Barbados Water Authority team who have been with us for the duration of this sitting. Mr. Christopher Mapp, who is the Director of Finance and is Acting General Manager of the Barbados Water Authority, and Mr. Brian Stewart, Senior Engineer from the BWA. Thank you and to your leadership very much for ensuring that we have technical officials present in the chamber during the debate of substantial bills. Mr. President, with those few words, I'd like to move that this honorable chamber be suspended for lunch until 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
The question is that the Honorable Senate is suspended until 3 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The sitting therefore is suspended until 3 p.m. today.
so before I break out into coughing. So, Mr. President, the national payment system, just by way of basic background, when it was passed in 2021, there was an extensive discussion on what it constituted, why a national payment system was being introduced, what was the composition of what was contained within the legislation. And before I go any further, I would wish also to acknowledge for the passage of the debate on this particular item, the presence of a representative of the Barbados Central Bank, Ms. Sadie Dixon, who is here with us today and is available for any queries that may be raised from the floor. We did give an undertaking that on matters of substance of any kind, and even though this is a basic amendment, we would have as many technical representatives as we can make available in the Honorable Chamber, and today has been no different with either of the items that we have debated during the course of today. Now, Mr. President, as I started to say, this bill, when passed in 2021, spoke to the need for there to be an accommodation in the way in which Barbados structured its payments system to deal with the fact that the evolution of time, the evolution of technology, greater dependence on electronic means of activity, and a cashless, not cash-free society was evolving, and on that basis that there needed to be a modernization of our payment system. It covered a range of parts, Mr. President, and we would have passed that in 2021. What we are here today to deal with, however, Mr. President, is an amendment to the schedule of that legislation and not to the substance of the bill, which seeks to make the following change. In the original legislation, Mr. President, at the schedule in sections 1 and 2, the council was meant to be comprised of 10 members as follows. 3 persons appointed by the minister by instrument in writing in accordance with subparagraph 2. The subparagraph 2 reads as follows. The minister shall appoint 3 persons who appear to the minister to be qualified, experienced, and broadly represent the diversity of the national payment system, including consumers and payment service providers. In addition to that, Mr. President, at paragraph 1, subclause 1B, 2 members on the recommendation of the Central Bank were to be appointed, 1 member on the recommendation of the Financial Services Commission, 1 member on the recommendation of the Barbados Cooperative Credit Unions Limited, 1 member on the recommendation of the Barbados Bankers Association, and 1 member at F who shall have recognized experience in business, finance, economics, or law, and G, finally, 1 member who shall represent the interests of consumers. Mr. President, that legislation is being amended now to read as follows. There will be 5 persons as opposed to 3 nominated by the minister in accordance with subparagraph 2. And subparagraph 2, Mr. President, subsumes what would have been the original paragraph 1, 1F and G, so that whereas you would have had a separate assignment for persons who are recognized to have experience in business, finance, economics, or law, and to represent the interests of consumers, those 2 persons are now included in the 3 persons that are meant to be appointed by the minister, bringing the total to 5. The members to be appointed by the Central Bank, 2, remain unchanged. The member to be appointed by recommendation from the Financial Services Commission, that remains unchanged. Same for the Barbados Cooperative Credit Unions Limited, and the same for the Barbados Bankers Association. Those things all remain unchanged, as does the length of the term that they should hold office, which is for a term not exceeding 3 years, Mr. President. That is the simple amendment that is before this honorable chamber, and I wish to beg that this honorable chamber give it its favorable consideration. And with these very, very few words this afternoon, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Any speakers? If not, Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do not plan to detain the chamber, so I really want to make a very, very brief point, and it's this. Another anecdote, sir. Many years ago, my Mom insisted that I accompany her down to what was then Barclays Bank. And I remember it so well because I had just not long been fired from the cabinet, sir, so it was 1999. And the teller kept looking at me, the officer with whom we were dealing, the banking officer, with great suspicion and glaring at me because my mother was closing her bank account. And as she saw it, I was there hovering, perhaps waiting to take the funds off the old lady. So she called her manager and it became an issue, and my mother was insistent, and I stood there and I said nothing because I was amused. I recognized what their difficulty was. And in the end, my mother asked for a manager's check for all her money, closed the account, and walked across the street to what was then Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, and handed them the check and said, I want to open a bank account. And they were very pleased that this little unassuming lady who looked like a very ordinary working class Bayesian had a 6-figure account and was happy to open the account for her. Nice to meet you, Ms. Thompson, welcome, and so on and so forth and so on. And the simple reason, sir, was that Barclays had stopped issuing passbooks, which the customers used to take in and you would have them updated. Initially, they would write in the account balances and then they went to print in the account balances. But the little old people could stand up at the teller and do their arithmetic and add up, or you would see them alongside before you leave. She ain't got down everything, or they ain't got on this, and so on. And my mother had made the determination that she was not having a bank account at any bank that was not giving her a little passbook that she could see her money. So that is why she ended a long-standing relationship with Barclays and went to First Caribbean. I understand, sir, that the way of the world is to have e-payment systems, and I commend that we are moving to modernize and have a national payment system, and that was the thrust of the 2021 election, because 2021 legislation, because the amendment today is really very simple. Nonetheless, I would wish to caution, sir, that when we make these major transitions, that there is a cohort of the population whom we leave behind because they cannot keep up, embrace, understand, navigate, whatever verb one chooses, the technology. And therefore, it is important, if we are going to have this system, I acknowledge that it lends to safety and security and modernization and efficiency and all the arguments that will be advanced in favor. But for those persons who are not as au fait with the technology, for those persons who do not have computer access, who do not have internet access, who, like me, it doesn't matter that they have the latest iPhone, use it only to send WhatsApp messages and to make phone calls, do not embrace the full functionality of the powerful unit that is in the palm of your hand, that some attempt has to be made to educate, bring along, inform, embrace, include that cohort of the population that is not, for whatever reason, making the shift to the technology as readily as the younger people. I saw it manifested in really a very simple thing a couple of weeks ago, where I was in a particular place and an argument was being advanced about some of the spectacular work that the government had done, and some of it really was very good. And said, and we have a new line for the public to reach us, particularly young people who are in crisis and so on. And the people in the room said, really, what was the number? And I'm making a number up out of my head, sir. 425 help. And all the young people looked at him and said, but we have smartphones. And what is 425 help? They had no idea, because of course a smartphone doesn't give you both the number and the letter, which the traditional rotary telephone used to do. So there it was that those who had developed the system clearly had a chasm between them and the persons for whom they were developing the system, and the intended beneficiaries were not in a position to benefit simply because the technology, or the persons who developed the system did not really connect with the technology. And while that is the reverse of the point I was making, it still supports the argument that you have to be careful how you put the technology into the marketplace and expect the entire population to embrace it with comfort, because you will not necessarily get the results you are expecting, and you will end up alienating persons. So, sir, that really I was going to make some other points, but I don't think that they are fundamental today. I just want to make that point on behalf of seniors and other persons who will be challenged with this new national payment system and the transition to electronic platforms. And there are people like me, sir, who don't do electronic banking because I want to go into the bank and meet people. I want to talk to people. I want to hear what people are saying about the government. I want to see if people stoop and turn their head when they see me come in as a representative of the Barbados Labour Party, or they turn to you and say, don't mind the talk, when they're doing good here. And you get all of that, and it is a litmus test, or the thermometer that tells you how the people on the ground are feeling. And unless you can find and keep walking and listening to and sniffing the ground, sir, you can disconnect. And I know you are a grown man, sir, not when you are here, of course, but in another iteration of your the breadth of your personality, sir. I know that you are a grown man, that you can disconnect from the very real world and from those whom you are leading. So that is a very brief point I would want to make, again, through an anecdote. And finally, to close on the point that I have seen recently, sir, some very educational mini videos being done by the governor of the central bank and others, Justin Robinson, who may perhaps be on the board. I did not know, sir, that they had embarked on acting careers, but let me commend them for taking what is really very difficult material, weighty material, economic concepts that are deep and lofty that persons normally avoid, or language that we hear used technically in news stories and so, but don't quite appreciate the nuances and the accurate technical meaning, and simplifying them in videos that the average person can really absorb, understand, and appreciate. And that, sir, is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Her Honor Senator Thompson. Who else? Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to thank the Honourable Senator for her contribution, which is well noted. I just want to, for the record, point out that the national payment system principally is about the institutions that connect to the central bank and the payment systems in terms of the intermediary banks as well. So the way in which money moves from institution to institution principally, as opposed to the individual transactions, this is really what is covered in the national payment system in principle. So I want to give a couple of examples. Payment instruments, for example, are among the main elements of the national payment system, would include payment instruments used to initiate and direct the transfer of funds between the accounts of payers and payees at financial institutions. So if I am moving from one account to the other, what is the back end of that system that allows it to move, that it shows up in the system? Payment infrastructures for transacting and clearing payment instruments, processing and communicating payment information, and transferring the funds between paying and receiving institutions, financial institutions that provide payment accounts, instruments, and services to consumers, market arrangements such as conventions, regulations, contracts for producing, pricing, delivering, and acquiring the various payment instruments and services, and then the various regulatory procedures. So all of the things that we don't necessarily see that go on the back end that allow for financial transactions to take place from bank to bank, credit union to credit union, credit union to bank, institution to institution. Those are the things that would constitute the national payment system. how do we then deposit, for example, a check and then be able to get access to funds within a shorter time frame than if you were doing it all manually? Those are the kinds of things at an institutional level that would now be constituted using technology and electronic platforms to represent the national payment system. So I hope that that helps to clarify the primary thrust of the 2021 legislation. Now, Mr. President, with those few words, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into a committee of the whole for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Deputy Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 do now stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 do now stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 do now stand part. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the National Payment System Amendment Act 2023.
The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the National Payment System Amendment Act 2023. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 3, sir. Order number 3. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution that Parliament approve the further subscription by the government of 3,522 additional Series C shares of common capital stock of the Latin American Development Bank, Corporación Andina de Fomento, for the value of $50,012,400 in accordance with Section 4A2 of the Latin American Development Bank Act 2015, Act number 24 of 2015, in the terms and conditions as set out in the schedule to the resolution.
Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, I believe that the very first thing that we should point out is that the relationship with the entity formerly known as CAF, Latin American Development Bank, has now evolved. The membership of the CAF, as I will call it as I go forward, started out with Barbados, Trinidad, and Jamaica being the only members of the Caribbean region, alongside with many Latin American countries, that constituted the membership of CAF. Mr. President, earlier this year, in recognition of the level of involvement in the affairs and the development of the Caribbean, this institution, CAF, was rebranded, and it now is known as the Latin American Development Bank for Latin America, the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is in recognition of the important role that this institution has been and continues to play in the region's development. I expect also, Mr. President, that over time, they will continue their advocacy to be able to reach out to the other members of the Caribbean region and the Caribbean basin to then constitute its membership as full members of CAF. Now, what is CAF? What have they been doing, Mr. President? They have a number of priority areas, and their priority areas, Mr. President, constitute a couple of key areas for Barbados. And it brings me, as I speak about those things, to make reference to the second part of their rebranding. It is not just the Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of development, but it is now called the Green Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. So it is focusing very heavily in its development objectives, Mr. President, on the green transition across the region and across the hemisphere more broadly. And what are their areas of impact and focus? First, Mr. President, water and sanitation, roads, support for small and medium-sized enterprises, and finally, protected areas. But they have an expanded portfolio as well that covers a number of emerging action and impact areas. These include, and I will speak about this during the course of my presentation, the fair energy transition, biodiversity and ecosystems services, resilient territories, inclusive social welfare, physical and digital infrastructure, productivity and internationalization. And then finally, Mr. President, I want to spend just a moment speaking about some of the areas that they have focused on so far in Barbados. Mr. President, we heard in the other place when this bill was presented about the amount of work that is being done. And earlier today, we did cover a Barbados Water Authority bill. No, Mr. President, we have work that is being done by CAF in water infrastructure rehabilitation. It was meant, Mr. President, to undertake a number of things: the drafting of a water and sanitation master plan in Barbados, reviewing the urban drainage master plan, rehabilitation of our pumping stations and drinking water tanks and reservoirs, the replacement of pipelines and the distribution network, and setting up energy generation in pumping stations. And the beneficiaries of these interventions, Mr. President, were expected to extend to over almost 100,000 households across Barbados. This is not insignificant. I have not yet spoken, Mr. President, about the roads work, and I identified roads as one of the areas of action for CAF. And that significant investment from CAF has already been seen in a lot of the roads rehabilitation work that has been ongoing across the country. These are the things, Mr. President, when we talk about buying ordinary shares, it sounds very high level and highbrow and esoteric. Why are you buying shares, and what does this constitute? It constitutes access to capital to be able to do the things that Barbadians need, and in some instances, Barbadians have become accustomed to in terms of our wants, in terms of our standard of living. So CAF, Mr. President, has been a critical partner in those areas. I want to take a moment also to point out that Barbados has been that face globally through our Prime Minister who has represented the leadership of the global conversation on not just the reform of international financial institutions, but on the climate crisis and its urgency for small and developing states like ours. So what does that mean as it relates to CAF, Mr. President? CAF, as part of the global community, has been a part of the conversation on the reform of the IFIs. How have the international financial institutions with whom we are traditionally working serving and meeting the needs of countries like Barbados? How are their structures set up to facilitate access and terms that are beneficial to our people? How quickly are we able to turn these things around? Are we also able to access not just financing, but financing at terms that are attractive, in addition to technical assistance? We have seen that with CAF. We have seen that not only are we able to access concessional financing through our relationship with CAF, but we've also been able to benefit from the provision of grant resources on the technical assistance platforms to be able to help us to execute on the programs that we are running under the CAF program. But here's the second part of it, Mr. President. Part of that advocacy has also been for the creation of a dedicated, what we call blue-green bank. Earlier this year, perhaps just a few months ago, CAF's presidency and its regional office based in Trinidad came to Barbados to launch its 2023 publication of its priorities and the work which it had done. It took the opportunity then, Mr. President, to announce the rebranding, but it also took the opportunity to commit its support to the creation of a blue-green bank in Barbados and to pledge financial support specifically as well to the blue-green bank in Barbados. They joined others, including the Global Climate Fund, also who have committed, as well as other development and multilateral partners who have also expressed interest. These are the kinds of commitments and partnerships and relationships, Mr. President, that Barbados is developing. I want to use this opportunity to say a few words, about the work that is happening in the energy sector, given that it is one of the important areas for CAF, and to speak about the role to be played and being played by multilaterals like CAF, and why we in the Ministry of Energy see this as an important development. Now, Mr. President, it is no secret to anybody that there has been a surplus, or rather I should say, an explosion of interest in the development of solar PV systems in particular. It is no secret to anyone that everyone now in the commercial space, if you drive Barbados, one of the things that's always amusing to see, proudly so, that you see any large-scale business in this country, any large-scale building, and their roof is slathered with solar PV. Equally, in terms of households, in 2021, we launched the Householders' Right to Renewable Energy. So residential households are also able to have access to solar PV. The question here, Mr. President, now ranges to, on what terms do we continue to finance the energy transition, in particular our institutional approaches to the energy transition? And this is where institutions like CAF, the Global Climate Fund, the International Financial Corporation of the World Bank, and others come into the equation. We, along with the local commercial banks and the local credit unions, now have to ensure that lumpy capital enters the market to be able to create access for large investment projects, while at the same time creating concessional terms for intermediary banks to be able to access funds for local and residential households. So what do I mean when I say that? The Barbados National Energy Plan, as many of you know, in 2019, earmarked that we needed 725 megawatts approximately of total capacity on our grid. That's what we had. We earmarked that by 2030, Mr. President, Agenda 2030, the 2030 transition, that we were going to have somewhere in the vicinity of 340 megawatts of solar PV on the grid. We are today, at 2023, at 333 megawatts of solar PV, which is in the pipeline, of which 206 has been approved. So it means, Mr. President, that not only are we, in terms of solar PV, meeting our targets, we are in surplus. Then on the back end of that, there has been a raging conversation around what the grid can actually absorb. And therein lies the second part of the challenge for financial institutions, Mr. President. How do we then finance, one, the expansion of the grid, because this is a privately owned utility, and so the expansion and the investment in the Barbados Light and Power is an important question. Where are we accessing concessional financing in a way that it does not negatively impact on ratepayers? Equally so, Mr. President, for independent power producers, how are we then financing on a concessional basis significant sources of financing at terms that don't make them untenable to ratepayers? Those are some of the issues that we are navigating, Mr. President, as we move towards our 2030 goal. And CAF, as a partner, has been working not just in the areas of roads, not just in the areas of water, but on issues relating to energy and energy transitioning. And we are very much supportive of the work being done by CAF, very much supportive of Barbados expanding its role in terms of the purchase of these additional shares, Mr. President, and therefore very supportive of our ability to then expand our engagement with CAF and with the wider Latin America and Caribbean region on issues that are of impact and of importance to our region and being implemented through an institution such as CAF. And with these, again, few words, Mr. President, because I am beginning to now lose my voice as the AC hits me on my back. I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm indeed pleased to support this initiative, as I believe that a relationship with the Latin American Development Bank is a positive development for our country. I'm happy to see that Barbados is joining the CAF, an institution that has played a pivotal role and a strategic role in developments in many Latin American countries. The bank has been a major instrument of financing for infrastructure development across Latin America. It has been very effective as a development instrument in environment, especially, and in infrastructure. Just recently, I noted that the CAF has financed a very important project in Panama, where the Panamanian government is establishing 4.5 hectares of land in protected agriculture, meaning greenhouse technology, undercover, for the production of food in Panama. I hope that the CAF and the relationship that we're establishing will help us to finance agricultural development in Barbados. Agriculture, as you know, I've mentioned several times, in my view, is a sector that is underfinanced in our country. And if we're going to tackle the challenges of food insecurity and the challenges related to chronic non-communicable diseases, it's important that we strengthen the agricultural sector. I hope that in making this arrangement with the CAF, we'll initiate a new chapter in financing for sustainable development in our country. This access to a new source of financing, which is not the World Bank or the IMF, is very important for us as we diversify our sources of development finance and strengthen our relationship with Latin America, which I hope will redound to the benefit of our country, not only in areas such as infrastructure and agriculture, but also in tourism, and will support entrepreneurship and enterprises generally across this country. I therefore take this opportunity to support our initiatives and engage in the CAP and hope that this redounds to the benefit of our country, especially in areas of energy, especially in areas of agriculture, especially in areas related to food security, and strengthens our relationship with Latin America in other strategic areas of development interest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Bradford. Senator Dr. Moronick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this resolution, which is an extremely important one, and to offer a few words by perhaps taking off from where the Leader of Government Business would have indicated. This is a fundamental question for us about how do we finance development. As a small island development state, tasked to provide, as we've been debating here, what I considered as some of the commons, the goods that our citizen needs, whether that is water, food, shelter. The question is, with limited resources, how do we do that? Access to concessional financing, therefore, Mr. President, is a critical part of that equation for countries like ours. Trying to adjust, trying to mitigate all of the challenges that we are facing in the world that we find ourselves in currently. We keep talking about the challenge of climate change. And sometimes I think that, some of us might get the impression that we're just using this word climate change and talking about the impacts either as a scare tactic, either because we just want to keep calling the word, without really fundamentally understanding, as we've been discussing, that any day, Mr. President, it just takes a Category 3 hurricane, and I think, as was said before, we could all be climate refugees, Mr. President. In one day. We just had, over the last couple of days, a heavy downpour of rain. And look at the challenge that has given to us. And I say all of this to say that we have to understand that a government has only a limited number of resources. It is actually well accepted that for SIDS, we do not have the resources nationally. We do not have the resources, we cannot mobilize sufficient resources nationally in order to confront the challenges that we need to be able to face in order to finance the development. So we do that as best as we can, and I know that Barbados sees and wants governments to be able to deliver, but that money has to come from somewhere, Mr. President. And again, like I said, the provision of partners who provide the provision of financing on a concessional base is critical to how we are going to be able to survive in the present context. Mr. President, in the international realm, small island developing states like Barbados in various fora have been promised commitments in terms of the delivery of what we call official development finance. But again, all of the estimates, all of the evidence says to us that that is severely under-delivered by the international system. And that under-delivery means then that we create a deficit. And oftentimes when we look at the debt profile of countries like ours, there are some that would want to suggest that part of it is perhaps mismanagement. We're not doing what it is that we are supposed to. But very often, if we take a critical look, Mr. President, our debt is related to financing, particularly in the case of Barbados, the climate challenge that we've had, the COVID pandemic challenge, Mr. President, that we've had. So our debt is very much tied up in financing the challenges that we are facing that are part of our objective reality. And therefore, partners at the Latin American Development Bank become attractive, and as was said before, because they provide an alternative to the traditional financing partners and a level of flexibility that we need, Mr. President. That is so important. We entered CAF in 2014 with $50 million. And because of how CAF operates, it then allows us to access 4 times the amount that we put in. And we have now almost exhausted that allocation. We have expended, I think, over 260 million, is it, of the funds that are available. And therefore, this resolution will then allow us to have access to greater resources. And importantly, Mr. President, it is the flexibility in how CAF operates that is also important for us. Because you would have many times international financial institutions that would have money that we can perhaps access, but the interest rates are too high. The prior conditions, Mr. President, present a challenge. So that when you find a partner like the Latin American Development Bank that allows you to, one, have budget support in the form of policy-based loans, but also as well sector-wide financing, so that then you can apply and you can have financing that allows you to deal with specific objective problems at the sector level, Mr. President, that is an important partner for Barbados. It is an important partner, Mr. President, for Barbados because CAF also responds to the direct priorities that have been identified by the government. There are other financial institutions, international financial institutions that don't do that. They establish what they believe are your priorities. They come with their team and they say to you, these are the challenges that you have. And therefore, if you are going to borrow money from us, then these are the things that we are going to say to you that you have to do. Even though sometimes they're not always what it is that we have identified. So that when you have a partner who is able to work with you, particularly at the sector level, again, based on specific priorities, that is a good partner. The other element about this particular partner, Mr. President, is also in the way that it does its procurement. Now, I've worked in the nonprofit sector with a lot of development partners, and I can tell you, Mr. President, sometimes you get the resources easy, but then when you have to spend those resources, Lord have mercy. Because the amount of hoops, the complexity in terms of the procurement and the processes, you would have a loan that is expended or money that is available, and 2 or 3 years after, Mr. President, the project or anything can't get up off the ground because you are still doing all the paperwork associated just with procurement, just trying to get the services, the goods and services that are available. So that again, underneath the CAF allows us to use government-established procurement policies that provides us then with the flexibility to move quickly. So that rather than having resources then that we can't expend to address the problem, we are then able within a short period of time to expend the necessary resources. Again, this is why it makes this particular bank a good partner for Barbados. Mr. President, finally, I also want to say that there has to be recognition. I've been saying to people, and I know some people would say I'm a little bit of a fearmonger, that we are in a hostile environment, Mr. President. It's not all hunky-dory for us. This is not the time when we had the European Union doling out money to the region because of colonial ties and history. This is not the same environment that we are living in anymore. if you look globally, you would see again that developing countries, small island developing states, are now being forced into what is called a debt trap. A serious debt trap that we are unable to climb out of, again, because of how the system is designed. And as the leader of government business has said, this is why there is a need for an ongoing call for reform of the international financial architecture as a critical plank, so that we have a partner that provides, in many instances, a model that allows us to be able to access the finances that we need in a flexible way, Mr. President, that we need. But we then need to be able to extrapolate that model to other institutions that will allow the government to have the necessary space that it needs in order to operate, in order to deliver the services, in order to be able to respond to citizen needs. And a large part of that, Mr. President, as we go on into the next 10, 15 years, has to do with the fact that we need to be able to respond again to the objective challenges that are going to be emerging in the future. And one of the reasons why this government has been so vociferous in the person of the Prime Minister is because we are not intending to create a model for just today, but for a model, Mr. President, that will then allow us, other governments, generations, to then to be able to operate within a system that is fair and provides all of the necessary wiggle room that is needed, again, for a small island developing state operating within this context. Mr. President, with those few words, I am obliged to you, and as I said, I reiterate again that even as Barbadians sometimes, are a little bit critical and concerned about debt, about loans, that we have to then ask ourselves, one, how do we finance it? And what is the best partners to help us to finance it? And I would suggest, Mr. President, that the Latin American Development Bank is one of those partners that is a good partner for Barbados. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, this will be another not long intervention. It will not be as brief as the last one, but it will not be long. I think that the two presidents the two speakers before me, the two senators before me, really created the platform and natural segue for the comments which I would want and the observations which I would want to make myself. I start, sir, with the fact that I don't know that I'm a fan of policy-based lending, to tell you the truth, but that is the nature of the marketplace, and therefore one finds oneself in the market and one does what one has to. I've made the point, my second remark would be to make the point that naturally, given somebody who is based in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and my chief principal engagement is international relations and some components of it, one would have to observe the extent to which this bank and the work it is doing, the lending that it is making, based out of Latin America primarily, is significant because it represents part of the geopolitical shifts that we are seeing at the global level. Indeed, sir, if one looked for the multilateral development banks with the largest asset bases, you would see that it is the Islamic Development Bank, the Asian and African Development Banks, the China Development Bank, the Brazilian Development Bank, and so on. So this in itself, without my even elaborating, tells a story. And one would have to hope that with the bulk of the assets from multilateral development banks now residing in the South, that there would be a higher degree of empathy and understanding of the realities of developing countries, and therefore it would become easier to access capital because the understanding of the realities of the framework within which you operate as a small island developing state, and in fact as a developing country, is better understood by the guiding minds and guiding officers of these particular institutions. So I start by making that point and the observation of the geopolitical shifts that we have seen as the basis of power shift from the traditional power brokers, shift from the traditional superpowers into places in the South who were previously the colonized and the minions when it comes to power broking at the international level. So that was my second point. The third point, and my final point on this matter, sir, has to do with the presentation of the issue, perhaps in a more colloquial context or a more local political context than has been broached by the previous two senators. We are increasing our share level, as the leader of government business told us, so that we ourselves can in turn access more capital. Some of the areas for which we have received financial and loan support from the CAF relate to tourism and international transport, ground transport, upgrading of our water and rehabilitation of our water infrastructure, the reforms of our tax administration system, and the necessities of supplies, equipment, and protections in respect of COVID-19. So that this bank has been, or this institution has been financing or helping us to finance our development priorities and our fundamental human and social protections. That said, sir, there is and continues to be a concern expressed in the wider public and fueled by political operatives and their satellites. And in many places, sir, on the air, off the air, in streamed meetings, in public meetings, on street corners, in places where people are gathered, etc., about the level of debt that the country is acquiring. One would get the impression, listening to those who just keep parroting the word debt to create a level of fear, that the country is in deep crisis and that we are accruing debt levels heretofore unseen, and this will create tremendous problems for the country. We are in a position, sir, where all of us, I believe, have had to borrow funds, to get capital, to access financing from a bank or financial institution in order to do development that we want at the personal level. Buy a car, build a house, extend a house, convert from wood to wall, and one could give several other examples. And we have done this through accessing resources that we ourselves did not own, but needed to effect the development that we wanted. Developed countries, similarly, have accessed capital and continue to access capital, albeit at more favorable rates in the marketplace than do developing countries and indeed than do SIDS. So the idea of debt is not new to us, nor is it new to the national system. And in relation, sir, to the criticism that this administration is racking up debts at an unprecedented level, I think it is important in the context of the conversation that we're having today to share with the public what the position on debt is and was. And I want to frame it, sir, in the context of May 2018 and in the context of September, October 2023. Prior to May of 2018 and up to May of 2018, our pre-BERT debt was 178% of GDP. 178% of GDP. The debt level as it stands today is 115% of GDP. So that when you look at where we were in 2018 and you compare where we are now, you can see that there has been a significant improvement in our debt position despite the money that has been borrowed to carry out development work by the Barbados Labour Party. Another significant feature of that position, sir, is that pre-2018, where the money was being borrowed by the previous administration, you don't know what it went to. We had no buses. The roads were in a horrible state. There were no garbage units. There was no garbage collection. We had raw sewage on the roads, and you could go on and on. Whereas now, you can see the reversals and the beneficial change. You can see where the money has gone. So you can see that money came in for the Water Authority and so on, and you know that we've had a mains replacement program. You know that we've addressed some of the issues. Tanks are being cleaned, reservoirs upgraded and improved, our resilience and capacity built and so on. So you can directly relate the borrowing to national development and improvement. Then, sir, pre-2018, our interest payments. So you have the fundamental, the basic principle, and then you have your interest payment on the loans. Our interest payments prior to 2018, and I know, sir, that accounting is your specialization and you would understand these things well. I just did an MBA, sir, and I do not regard myself as any financial specialist, but these numbers are not complicated. Really, people can understand them. Our interest payments as at May 2018, when we came to government, was 68% of GDP. Today, our interest payments as of September 2023, 35% of GDP. Again, sir, you can see the improvement in the national position. Sir, that's why I said you are a financial expert, and I am not. It was 68% of our revenues, as opposed to, now it is only 35%. The point is, however, that our position has improved considerably. Prior, at 2018, sir, the debt of the state-owned enterprises was $500 million. $500 million. Today, the debt of Barbados' state-owned enterprises is $28 million. at May 2018, our total debt position was $1.4 billion. As at September 2023, it is 246 million. So that however you look at it, sir, when you break the numbers down, while the public is being fed a fear-mongering scenario of debt that is an albatross that the country cannot service, the reality is that our debt is significantly lower than it was 5 years ago, and that you can see what any money being borrowed is being utilized to deliver for the public and the citizens of Barbados. This is the critical point, that while we come to this chamber extending our share holdings in order to access greater capital, we are doing so on the basis that we will use the resources to deliver a higher level of development, infrastructural improvement, and upgrading of the country as a whole, and that we will be in a better position therefore. I am giving these figures to the country and hoping that the press will at least give them the same kind of prominence and frequency that they give to the allegations of strangling debt that this Labour Party is, or the false allegations, I should say, that this, of strangling debt that is being accrued by this Barbados Labour Party. I think these figures are significant. They are telling. They show how our debt situation has improved, and they show what we have done for the resources that have been made available through accessing them by way of international loan facilities. I trust that persons will take the time to look at and analyze the figures and the numbers and not be so easily led by those who just keep saying debt, debt, debt. When I got so much debt, when I get more debt, when I'm planning to kill me with debt, which has become the mantra of those who oppose the government and who attempt to raise flags of fear, knowing that many people will stand under it without analyzing whether or not the raising of such a flag is justified. Instead, sir, I raise the accurate figures and hope that the country will stand resolutely with us on the basis of the fact that the financial management of this country is in good hands, has improved considerably, and we are going forward to ensure that the country can be further developed in a sustainable way, and that all Barbadians will experience growth, development, and their share of the Bajan pie. With that, sir, much obliged.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Senator Thompson. Any other speakers? Senator Cummings.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank the speakers who have gone before, the two honorable senators who have spoken before, and with these few words, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution to approve the further subscription of shares in the Latin American Development Bank, as set out in item number 3, do not pass. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This resolution is therefore now passed. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that we do now adjourn the sitting of the Senate, sign a day.
The question is that the Senate do now adjourn, sign the day. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. This honorable Senate is therefore now adjourned, sign the day.